All right. Here we are. Here we are. Oh, it's real light over here. Okay. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. See that? All right. All right. We are live. We are live. We are live on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, December 13th. Right. In the name of our true Lord, our receiver, or I should say our transmitter, our ascendant, Amen. And Amen we trust, and Amen we thank, and Amen we continue forward forever. Hail Amen. Hail us. Hail a mentalist, the Mentellect. All right. So, let's see if any people in the room. Any people in the room? People coming up in the room? 10 people in the room? Okay. I can't see the people in the room, though. Where's the people at? Where's the people? I can't see them inside. 1, 10. Okay, guys. Just come on. I'm trying to bring up which one I'll push to bring them up. Okay. All right. I'm about to start as soon as the my admin brings up everything. Wait a second. We're about to start. I see 22 people in here. I see the but I don't see like where I could see the comments and stuff. I know it's just one thing I had to hit to see where the comments is. That's all I'm waiting on for the be able to see that. comments are turned off. Okay, let me turn the comments on. And Rouge Jamal said the comments are turned off.
Okay, try now. See if you can see it.
I still can't see it. You turn on the comments. Wait a minute. I see some things that hit on here, but I don't want to press nothing. Probably done messed up something. Hold on, we'll start in a second. Look pretty good for a 50-year-old man. Wouldn't y'all agree? Pretty good for a 50-year-old man. Got all my teeth, most of them. See, all white. No, I do not. I don't. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Maybe I need to move this over. No, I don't see him. Just come over here and help me with this. I don't get noise. Come on. I don't see him. I don't see the comments. It should be here. It should be right here. What up? Give us a second. It'll come up in a second. I'm going to start. I just want to see your comments so I know what questions to ask. Give me a second. I see 33 people in there. I don't see the comments. Is it still disabled? Is the huh? It's up now? Somebody make a comment. I can't see. Somebody make a comment. Huh? Where? What is it? Wouldn't it come up here? Allow. Allow. And then we'll live chat. we gotta take off the enable. No, the enable live chat. If you okay, now I see it. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. All right. All right. I see everybody's comments now. Like I said, we're just getting this thing up and going and whatnot. I'm not savvy with this. My assistant is helping me here. So, all right. All right. All right. Okay. I want to comment on the frames first and foremost before I start. Well, before I start, I want to start off in the name of Amen, by the power of Amen, and Amen we trust, and Amen we thank, and Amen we continue forward forever. I got a hail Amen in my chat room. The Mentalists. Hail Amen. All right. Look at the hail Amen. All right. Okay. I just want to talk on the shades first and foremost. You're going to see me wearing shades throughout all of my lives and whatnot. The same way I teach class, I like to keep it pretty consistent because sometimes I would teach class without my shades on, my trademark shades. And, you know, I found that it was distracting me because I pick up on too many people's energy. And, you know, it kind of throws me off. So the best way to scan over all that and not really giving the energy to it is to shade my eyes, because I'm always going to be, you know, just me by nature. I'm going to always be tempted to look in people's eyes as I'm talking to them. And I don't want to lock eyes with people because it just takes away from my focus. I don't want to I'm trying to zoom through people and whatnot because my focus is to deliver. I don't want to pick up, because I pick up people's energy and vibration. I'm starting to do that a lot. You know, it's been happening for the last couple of years. So I pick up people's energy and vibration. I don't want to get caught up in people's energy and vibration, because then I'm like, you know, picking up on everybody's stuff. So it's best for me to do it this way. Plus, people say stupid stuff like, they say, oh, you know, we clean these off. All right. We clean these off. Let's see, I showed my eyes today. So, yeah. Let me clean these off again. Let me get a tissue, please. Now, give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. Do that again. Start to clean off my shades. Okay. It seems like when you wipe these things off, they get them even more smudged. All right. All right. I did the best I can. All right. Enough of that. I'll be wiping all day. But anyway, you'll see me from time to time doing these. As I'm doing the broadcast, I'm gonna wear my trusty shades. Right. I wear these because, like I said, it helps keep me focused. Right. Because it's better to stare into darkness or shade when you are bringing forth that brightness. You see, I don't want to pick up other people's energy, because it's like energy that distracts as I'm receiving. I notice that whenever I'm in a state of reception, your people's energy kind of, you know, depending on how it is, it kind of slows my transmission. So if that makes sense, it slows my transmission. So I keep these on so that I don't have to pick up energy like that. And even when people say stuff like, oh, well, you need to see a person's eyes to see if, they telling you the truth, or see if they, being sincere. I heard people say stupid stuff like that. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and you can see if people telling you the truth or they BSing you based on whether they show you their eyes or not. First of all, I told you before, you got people that could sit up and look you in your face and lie straight to you. And they don't mean to lie, but they truly believe they're telling you the truth. So if people truly believe they're telling you the truth, they could say, like I said, they could say Thutmose or Jesus Christ or whatever, and they could really believe that. And they'll sit in your eyes, you can sit in your face and say that to you seriously. They'll sit up and say it to you seriously, and if you didn't know better, you would think they telling the truth. Of course, it's ridiculous, but you got people who will sincerely believe in their mind that they telling you the truth. So what difference do it make whether I'm looking you in your eyes? You know why people say stuff like that? It's because they really want to focus on a personal connection with you rather than the intel that you're sharing. Because it shouldn't be about me. It shouldn't be about me or your personal connection with me or how you feel about me or how you connect with me. No, you're supposed to be connecting with the message. You're not supposed to pay attention to the receiver. You're supposed to connect to the transmission. You see, you're supposed to connect to the transmission. Even when I tell the people that come in here in the Republic of Mentellect, I say, you ain't coming here for Nuben Menkares, even though you had people just came in here for Nuben Menkares because they liked the message. It blew their mind. Like I said, they might like me in some kind of way, or whatever the case may be. They think they're going to come in here and just talk to me, and I'm going to be they dad or they buddy and be sitting up here answering a whole bunch of stupid, questions and things that they call and ask me about. It's not about you forming no personal connection with me or no personal relationship with me. It's about a connection with Amen. It's about a connection with the Amen. It ain't about that. You see? It's not about that. So that's why, like I said, when I wear these shades, it really is to be distant from you. It is. It is to be to disconnect in a sense on the personal level, because I want to establish a connection with you on the mental level, more than just the personal level, because people can show you all kinds of personalities. People can show you all kinds of personalities, different personalities and things like that. And like I said, people act all the time. You see, people act all the time. They're putting on lights, camera, action, makeup, and all this other stuff. Like I said, who I am and who you see right here is who you're going to meet. The same person going to answer questions. I'm going to be talking the same way. I'm not going to be talking any different. I'm going to answer the questions the same way unless I give extended intel on it. Because, again, you're supposed to be dealing with and connecting with the message, with the transmission, not with me. You see? And connecting with the transmission, connecting with the message is supposed to bring you home to the Republic of Mentellect. And we are all followers of Amen. We are all followers of the ascension. We are all followers of our ascendants who are of Amen. I'm just a guide. That's all. I'm just a guide. Not the God, just a guide. That's all. Guiding our people forward into the fourth dimension. Guiding our people forward. That's all. You got a lot of people that got a problem with that. But that's okay. Let them have a problem with it. We are problem solvers. We are solution based. All right. All right. So what are we talking about today? I'm going to touch on a few topics. I talked about the blue sun. Right. And I said the presence of the blue sun, as we're starting to go forward in the future, is going to make its way. It's going to show itself. Right. It's going to show itself. Why will a blue sun appear? Right. You notice you heard things of a blue moon. How many of y'all heard about the blue moon? Well, and in my chat room, how many of you heard about the blue moon? Right. Blue moon. How many of y'all heard of blue moon? Anybody? Anybody in my chat? I want to know. Okay. So being that you heard of the blue moon, you do know that all of the reflection of what the moon picks up is coming from the sun. So if the moon has a reflection, of the sun and the light is being cast off as blue, then that means that the sun is burning blue in order for the moon to appear blue. You follow? In order for the moon to appear blue, that means that because all transmission, everything, all power comes from the sun, or comes by way of the sun. The Amun used that as a big generator. It generates energy into the planet. It generates energy into the moon, everything. The sun is the generator, not the moon. The moon is just the rotator. The sun is the generator. You see, what I say, when the sun is generating power, transmission, messages, the moon is rotating it around into the Earth's atmosphere so that we're able to receive it at an even tone, an even frequency, right? So that we're able to hear it at a continuous transmission. Like I said, without the rotation of the moon around the Earth, the sound frequency would be off, the sound waves, everything would be off. You see, we wouldn't have any control pitch to our tone. Right? We wouldn't have any fluidity to our movement. You see, because how our movement looks, you know, without the pulling of the tides here in the atmosphere, where the moon is pulling the tides, how our movement is fluid. Without that, our movements will be in jump cuts. You know what I mean by jump cuts? You wouldn't see the continuity of the movement. Fluid motion is because of the pulling of the tides from the moon onto the Earth. That's why we have fluid motion. Everything is in a constant fluid motion. There's continuation to the movement. You know, you go from here to here to here to here, right? We're able to move in that way. But then if you notice, you also see people that move, that's disjointed, that move in a certain form. See why we, as the bright race, we're able to move in a certain, what they say we have, what's the word they say? We have, not rhythm, but it's something else. Well, we have coordination. Well, we have coordinations because of the solar the solar complex in us, or the solar plex in us. We have that along with the motion through, or the movement through fluidity of the Earth and the atmosphere, in which there's a water and gas frequency, be able to move with the most continuity. We're able to move with the most fluidity. We're able to move with the most agility and coordination because of the solar plex in us that's powered, and we're able to power ourselves through this lunar atmosphere. We're able to power ourselves. That's why we have the best coordination. The humans, because they lack, or they are not in alignment, right? Okay, hold on. Okay, I gotta get questions. Hold on, give me a second. All right, I'm looking for the questions. Those who ask questions again. Ron Sendero, you asked the question. Ask the question again. So I said, how do you explain solar energy from the sun? How do I explain solar energy from the sun? Okay. Okay, I see it. Okay. How do I explain solar energy from the sun? Solar energy is projected out from the sun into the Earth's atmosphere to power things here. That's the whole point. I said this, the sun is a generator. It was made to be a generator for the solar system. That's why you have a solar system. It's meant to be a generator, and the moon is meant to be a rotator. It rotates the power that's generated from the sun into the Earth's atmosphere. Y'all follow? That's how that works. You have a generator and a rotator. So being that we are part of the projection, and we are part of and we are able to move as part of that projection through this lunar state. We're able to move like that. This is why we have the most coordination and speed and things like that. We have the most agility because we're part of the projection. The humans, if you notice, they move in a more of a broken, disjointed U because there is no soul or no solar complex there. Okay. All right. It's said that blue fire is hotter than red fire. So if the sun turns blue, will that mean an increase in projection? Yeah. Yep. That's exactly why it's going to turn blue. That's exactly why. Then you're correct. Because in the blue, like I said, the blue represents constant motion. Blue means constant movement. And it also is storing more transmission as it's moving faster. In other words, like when you see, this is the best way I could describe this. Why do they make reference to Blu-ray on the DVD being a step up from the regular DVD in the rotation? They use Blu-ray. They're saying that the image is better, right? Right. They say that the image is better and it projects better, the blue, right? So it's the same way as, when something is sped up, it's putting out more memory. So it's going to be more energy that's going into the atmosphere as it's sped up. It'll make it clearer. Exactly. Are we not receiving our transmissions clearer? So as we are receiving our transmissions clearer as the Mentellians, as the mentalists, as the almond race, then that means that we're headed toward the blue sun right now. Why do you think I dressed y'all all in blue? Why do you think I dressed you all in blue? Okay. That's a sign that we're headed toward the blue sun. That's why the transmission is going to become clearer. All right. Yeah. So the blue laser in the DVD player is more powerful than the red laser they use in the standard DVD. Yeah, it is. Because they wouldn't have introduced Blu-ray as an upgrade to the regular one. They wouldn't have used it. They're learning the power of the color blue, and then even just the projection of it, even the image of it, they're learning the power of it. You see, they starting to have an understanding that blue and a lot of these colors are more than just tones and, images of different shades. They starting to learn that. What they're starting to learn is that these are streams of power, that these different shades and tones are different streams of power. Because listen, what the shades and tones, right? Tone is what? They'll tell you the tone is synonymous with color and things like that, right? The tone. But tone is also synonymous with audio or speech, right or wrong, right? Tone, shade. Shading is how you see things. Remember, we are in stages of shade. That's how we got into the material form of matter. Remember, we started from bright. Then we ended up into light, and then we ended up into darkness by way of a blueprint, by way of a solar blueprint that was burned into the three-dimensional atmosphere. It was burned in. It was impressed upon this three-dimensional frame that was made. All right. So that's how we see ourselves now. We are part of that image that's burned into the earth. So as we're moving toward the blue sun, the images are going to get sharper. They're going to get clearer. They're going to be, in other words, it's going to be more an influx of extended intelligence, extended intel into the planet, into the atmosphere. Okay, it's going to be an extension of it. That's why, like I said, we in the time. What I say, we in the age of intelligence. We ain't in the age of information no more. We're in the age of intelligence. How long I've been saying that? Okay. What is the purpose of the solar eclipse? The solar eclipse is to more or less, when the sun is at its highest peak, right? And sometimes as it's transmitting, the moon needs to eclipse it so that it doesn't reach the planet. Certain transmissions, it might be too much for the planet at the time, because when the sun heats up, sometimes the moon will eclipse it so that the transmission doesn't hit the planet, because it may be too much to come to the planet. That's what the whole point of an eclipse is. Y'all follow what I'm saying with that? Y'all follow? The eclipse is to stop extended projection for a certain period of time from hitting the planet. It buffers it. Sometimes the moon will buffer. It will buffer the reception so that it won't come. It's because the Earth may not be able to receive that right then, you know. So that's the whole point of buffering it. All right, let me get this. So since tone is both visual and audio, that means each color actually projects a wavelength that can be seen as color and heard as sound, like the sound of the sun. Exactly. Correct. Correct, in Ravik Z. Correct. So what's being produced through the blue sun is a next image. The next image that's being produced through the blue sun is us, is the almond race. That's us as the almond race. Because notice previously, before then, you didn't hear of a people, a race of beings being the almond race on Earth. We bringing that forward now. I'm bringing that forward now through Mentellect, because that means we're moving toward the blue sun. To move, as I said, we're moving toward in that direction. That's because, like I said, it's that time for the mental upgrade. We're being reconfigured. You see, we're going through a reconfiguration right now, and we're being made, you know, we're being made ready to enter into the fourth dimension. And that is where the blue sun will start to take precedence in our thinking. We're going to receive on a whole different other level through the blue sun. Certain people are still going to receive on the red sun and the yellow sun. Those are the lesser suns. We're going to receive from the blue sun. The blue sun is making itself present, making itself present for the almond race. We're going to be the only ones being able to receive from the blue sun. And we'll draw energy from the regular, from the regular set of senses from the red and the yellow. That's why in the movie Superman, where they showed you the blue sun, the red sun, the yellow sun, that goes back to the ancient world in Egypt, where they had the blue, the red, and the gold, where they had the blue sun, the red sun, and the yellow sun. That goes back into the ancient world. So they had knowledge of those different shades of the sun, because those represented images of power, different tones, frequencies, and images of power that we're trying to transmit an extended or future picture to the people. You follow what I'm saying? They were tuned into that. Okay, let me make sure. All right. Is it done purposely? Yeah, it's all done purposely. I actually saw sun setting and go down, and there was a blue haze look to the area around where I was driving. Yeah, that's because it's coming. I told y'all why, what made me put y'all all in blue. You see, because through the blue sun, what that's signaling is a new or next transmission coming in, next chapter coming in, and also the elevation and the evolution of a people. And that's the almond race. It's not the human race. But even in a sense, it is the humans as well, but they're going through a revolution while we're going through an evolution. The humans are going through a revolution, right? Where they are revolving and they are following the precision or the movement of the moon. You see, they're following the precision and the movement of the moon in rotation, right? That's why the humans are all being consumed and consolidated into one race. See, they're being transmitted to do that, right? Where they all are becoming one in that circle. You see, all the races are meant to come together, except for the almond race. All those within the human race, under the human frequency and under the human vibration, are all going to come together as one, you see, because either you're going to be of the almond race or you're going to be of the human race. The almond race, as I said, they're going to receive from the highest frequency, which is the blue frequency, and the lesser frequency of the sun, the red and the yellow, are going to be the lesser or the lower that they're going to pick from, right? Because all transmission, all intel comes from or is coming by way of the sun, which thus the word bright. All right. I think you said the rainbow is actually a spectrum of color being projected by the sun. Yeah, it is. The rainbow is a spectrum of color being projected by the sun, because you see that, because what it's giving you is a view into the fourth dimension. See, in the third dimension, we see the in the third dimension, we see color, but everything is still in black and white. We see color. We don't experience color. Let me explain what I mean by that. The beast, notice he tries to make sure everything stays in black and white. You see, because that's the frequency they on, because to make sure everything stays in black and white in terms of how they rule the world, how they control the world, how they judge people as either black or white. You see, all this, there's no in-betweens. How they judge like that is because they're trying to produce on a gray frequency. All right. And that's the third dimension. They show you shades or reflections of color, but we're not actually experiencing or living that. You see, we're only going to start the experience of living that as we're heading into the fourth dimension, right? And in those different shades and tones of those within the rainbow represents different mental powers that we're going to inherit as we're going into the fourth dimension. So when you see yellows, blues, reds, and all these are celestial colors that are meant to be different extensions of higher senses that we're going to be able to tap into as the almond race. All right. Am I making myself clear? All right. Is it clear? Let me know if it's class, everything I'm saying. I want to make sure before I go on. All right, good. All right. So we are being reconfigured. That's why, like I said, it's important that we, and I said this is all I care about, that the bright ones, we find our way into this connection of Amen. That's all I'm concerned about. See, this message is going out to the bright race. This is not for the black race. This ain't for the white race. This ain't for the people. It's not for the gray race. I'm going to just say that, when I say the gray race, you already know I'm speaking of the humans. That's black, white, and everything in between. I'm speaking to the humans. They've always been on a gray frequency. You see, the gray frequency is the black and white together. That's the gray frequency. There's always been a gray frequency here, a gray three-dimensional frequency here. You see, there's always been a gray three-dimensional frequency here. In fact, and this is why, if you notice, the beast prints out all of what his first, if you notice in his first, attempts to start, giving propaganda to the people, the newspapers came out. He made sure the newspapers came out in black and white, right? Because at one point they was trying to do color, but then they wanted to make sure it was, they say, oh, we do it in black and white because it's just cheaper to do it in black and white. That's not the reason. They do it in black and white is because, it casts a gray frequency on it, and they want to take hold of what they're telling you your brain is, which is gray matter. They're trying to channel into your so-called gray matter, your brain, right? They're trying to bypass the mental, right? Because the brain is really set for the three-dimensional realm. The mind in which the transmission is coming from is set for the fourth and the upper dimensions. You see, that's why if you notice, your humans, they have brain power, but they don't have mind power. Y'all follow what I'm saying? The humans have brain power, but they don't have mind power. Let me explain what I mean. They really don't have any mental connection to anything. Their brains are connected to the three-dimensional realm. That's it. They don't have any mental power at all. You see? How you know that is they don't really have, they have to be given. See, because in order to have mental power, you have to be totally aware of what you are. You have to be totally aware of what your purpose is. You have to be totally aware of, how other people are, the energy that they vibrate on. You notice they have like no clue to that at all. You notice that? Because they are people of the brain, not people of the mind. The mind is where the power is. See, the brain, the people of the brain, or what you call the gray matter. So we have that as well, but we have the extension, which is the mind. The only ones that have the extension of the mind, which is creativity and things like that, is our people, is the bright race. You see, not even all of the so-called bronze race, so-called black race. No, they're not even, a lot of them are disconnected from the mind. The mind, it starts in the fourth dimension. And when you see these grays who are just all brain power, because the grays or the humans were not meant to have a mental connection to anything. They are brain powered, meaning that we were supposed to tell them what to do. You see, and just having brains, physical brains, they were just supposed to follow it. I'm going to give you a good example of this. Your computer has a brain, right? Your computer has a brain. Your car has a brain. Objects have brains. Things that are created have brains. All a brain is a mechanism that transmits or carries messages to be followed. That's all a brain is. You follow? Their brain is just to carry messages. That's it. They don't have the mind to receive the messages. They have the brain to carry it, but not the mind to receive it. So we were the ones who, and the only reason why there's mental energy here on the earth is because we're here. We're here. And they pull mental energy from us. They pull mental energy from us. They have brain waves. They have a brain, but they don't have a mind. They don't have the mind is the mental connection to the fourth dimension and the upper dimensions. They don't have that. Your humans don't have that. The Caucasians, your Asians, your East Indians, they don't have that. Now, unfortunately, most of your black people don't neither. Because when you ask them something that is above and beyond the present state that we in to think on a higher level, notice they can't do it, right? You notice that? They can't do it. They can only focus on what is here in this three-dimensional realm, but everything that's here in this three-dimensional realm is fake and phony because it is controlled by the beast. So they only understand things on a three-dimensional level. Their inability to have an understanding of things in the fourth dimension is because they have no mental connection. They're not mentally driven people. They have to be told what to do. This is why the beast act. They always have to give them instructions. They have to explain everything out. They really simple-minded. They act as though they're intelligent, but they're really not. That's just a front. That's just a front. You see. That's all. A brain is nothing but a physical mechanism that carries messages. But again, they don't have what it takes to carry the message. They can carry it, but they don't have a connection to receive it. They can carry it in their physical making. That I'm gonna show you how you know this is true again. Because notice they refer to the brain as the gray matter, right? And what was these so-called humans doing? When they say so-called brilliant or intelligent people pass away, what did they do? They cut open their head and they was opening it and looking in their passages of their brain. They look at the brain as if they really believe that the brain is where the messages come from. They really believe that it comes from there. That's not where the messages come from. You see, that's not where the messages come from. Now, the humans can be transmitted to telepathically. They could be transmitted to. But the only reason they could be telepathically transmitted to is because we're here. We make the messages able to be pulled in to be transferred to them. You see, the messages come into this atmosphere from the three-dimensional realm because we're here to receive it. And we pass it on to them. They pick it up from us. If we were not here, there would be no messages here. There would be no point in messages coming here. It wouldn't even be no point of the humans if we were not here. Because the humans are only meant to serve. They're not meant to rule anything. That's why the world is in chaos. They have to have a mind or a mental power in place to tell them what to do. You see, they don't know what they're doing. They don't even know why they're doing what they're doing. They receiving their message directly from Amen, but as the Amen is sending the messages in, being that we are the receivers here, we're being used as magnets to pull a message in from the fourth dimension that goes to them. Without us, there's no intelligence from them. None. Everything you see that they did was basically a ripoff of things we did already. Or things that we did earlier that they want to hide from you. You are the mental mechanism here that pulls in the messages, and they're just picking up on your frequency. That's all. They don't have any connection to anything. So when I used to say the Amen was projecting to them, no, I'm saying the Amen is projecting to them, but they need us to pull it in. They need us to pull in the frequency. Without us here, there is no connection. All right. Let me make sure I got any questions. Okay. Okay. Make sure I ain't got no questions here. Am I coming in clear? Is everybody on the same page with me? I just want to make sure everybody on the same page before I go on. I'm going to tell you something. During slavery, that's another reason why they hated to let so-called black people go during slavery. They didn't really want to let so-called black people go during slavery because think about it. Y'all really think they just wanted so-called black people and under their ownership or as possessions? You really think they wanted black people just to pick cotton? You know how many of these Caucasians, they used to just take the ideas of so-called black men who was on the plantation, so-called slave, they would just take their ideas and patent them themselves. You see? You come up with an idea. They knew you were smart. You come up with an idea or you fix or break or build things and do stuff. Like I said, they don't want to promote you as that. You see? Because see, the Greys, they think in a material form. The Greys, they think in a material form. They don't think in anything above the material form. They think in that gray matter, that ashes matter, that gray matter. They think like that. They think in the three-dimensional. That's it. Anything beyond that, they don't get. If you ever notice when the humans talk about anything beyond the physical, it's usually something dealing with spirit energy and things like that. They don't go beyond that. They don't understand anything beyond it. Even if they're talking about it, they really don't comprehend it. They understand spirit energy, meaning still things are locked in the three-dimensional realm. All right. Let me check the questions. Hold on. Let me see. I'm going to check the questions. Exactly. That's why they're good at keeping a lot of information, because the ability to house a lot of information, right, is a brain function. They can house information, but they don't house no real intelligence. Intelligence is constant frequency and transmission coming in. Things that you just receive in this live feed. They don't got that. They can house a lot of information. You see, they got a lot of memory. Hold on. Let me check some questions. Exactly. They smart by the brain. Exactly. They smart by the brain, but we intelligent by the mind. Exactly. Because, like I said, that means there's a connection still, and there's still some kind of, even though it may be faint, there's still somewhat of a connection to the upper dimensions, which gives us our intelligent connection. The humans are smart, but we intelligent. Animals are smart, If you notice that, don't you say an animal smart when you give an animal an order or a command and they can listen, they can follow the order. Animals are smart. They're not intelligent. They smart. They move off of instinct. So the planet is actually behind than what. Okay. Let me see. So the planet is actually behind than it would be if we were in rulership. No, it's not that it's behind, because see, we were supposed to be, or we are supposed to have our own frequency that we're supposed to establish. See, with the coming of the almond race and us realizing that we are of the almond race, what that's doing is establishing our own connection to the blue sun and to the fourth dimension. That's what that's establishing. See, we were supposed to have our own connection. The problem was we was moving off of the gray frequency, or we was moving off of the submental frequency with the humans, because they kept telling you human, we party. But then they came out and just straight up said, you only 3/5 human, you ain't really human, and they would make up nonsense. We animals, and we know all this nonsense they make up. But what they were saying, we were not part of the human race. They came out with it. We were supposed to be establishing our own frequency separate from the humans. Okay. And because we didn't establish that and we didn't know who we were, the humans made sure we couldn't establish our own frequency, because what did the first thing they do? Oh, y'all black people. You come from Africa. That's it. We brought you over here slave. They made sure with that, they didn't want you to establish a connection into the fourth dimension, or what they call a connection with God or the Lord or the Most High. They didn't want you to establish your own connection, because what that meant was, because they do know that intel is coming from an upper dimension. And they do know on some level that you so-called black people are responsible for that transmission coming in. They're just going to be the ones that pull from that transmission that's coming in. And the only way to continuously pull from that transmission is to tell you that you have no connection with the transmission, that you are black people. You are black people, and you have no pull with that. So if they telling you black people, they mean you are people who are absent of light or absent of any form of illumination. That means that they showing themselves as the receivers or the intelligent ones, and you're looking to them. You follow? So they have to convince you that you have no illumination or any intelligence of your own. They have to convince you of that. So therefore, you hand it all over to them. It's like you cutting off your mind to allow their brains to run you. You cutting off your mind. They make sure you cut your mind off. You disconnect your mind in order for them to run you by the brain. That's why they make sure if you ain't educated by them, oh, you don't know nothing. Like what they did with Dr. Sabi. And I'm going to get on this. And this is a good segue into what I'm about to say. Like here it is, Dr. Sabi came up with all these cures and stuff like that. You see how they disregard them, right? They disregarded Dr. Sabi because he wasn't educated by them. He wasn't operating from the gray matter. He was operating from that blue, or that blue frequency, that high intellect that is connected toward the fourth dimension. He had a connection into the fourth dimension, though it wasn't as strong. Some of our people get those bits and streams of connection into the fourth dimension. Here's where it's going to be strengthened. So like I said, he wasn't operating from the gray matter. He wasn't a doctor. He wasn't a so-called physician, but yet he was curing stuff, because what he was bringing in, he was channeling in things from the fourth dimension. He was channeling in frequency from the upper dimensions. He said things, and I bore witness to it, that he said things that were on a higher level mentally that went over a lot of people's heads. You see, let me make sure I get these questions before I go in here. Let me see. Yeah, brain power, non-functional and limited, right? Mental power, functional and extended. Exactly. ROM projects. Exactly. All right. Okay. Facebook Messenger chat room. Hold on. I'm going to get these questions. Hold on. Let me get these questions. Give me a second. Okay. It's like when the video game plays CPU mode versus someone picks up the controller to actually play the game. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. When the blue sun comes into full effect, what will happen to the magnetic fields of the planet? The magnetic fields of the planet will extend. The magnetic fields of the planet will extend because they have to extend as more transmission, more extension of intel is coming in, more intel is coming in, more transmission, more frequency, more what's the, I don't want to use the word data, but more intel is coming in, right? The magnetic fields have to extend to make way for that. You see, there has to be an extension on all levels. It has to extend to make way for that, to open up for that. It has to be able to contain that. You see, it has to contain it. Let me see. If you have bronze father and a human mother, are you of the gray race? Actually, you're supposed to be what your father is. In all actuality, you're supposed to be what your father is, and you know, you are of your father's seed. So, what I will say is you're supposed to, those of you who are born to that but can pick up the transmission, y'all gotta, you know, fix your bloodline. You gotta fix your bloodline, but you're of your father's seed. Okay, so, is that also why they copy us? Yeah, that's why they copy us, because they know that we have a creative energy about us. The creative energy is that connection to the fourth dimension. That's that blue frequency that connect. See, we have that creative energy to us, you know, and everything. We are very creative people. That's a attribute of the fourth dimension. And I'm not saying all so-called black people, bronze people. A lot of y'all, like I said, a lot of y'all are disconnected. But some of y'all on a lower level, y'all have somewhat of a creative, you know, mindset. Those, when we're in our right state of mind, we have a very creative mindset, as though we're connected to these upper dimensions of who we are, which is the Amen. But a lot of y'all, like I said, a lot of y'all are in that gray area. A lot of you are in that gray area. You see, like I said before, a lot of you the so-called black race is really keeping the gray area going. The so-called black race, it's not really the so-called whites, it's the so-called blacks that's keeping the gray matter or the gray area of the three dimension going. It's them who are in that state of darkness that allows the beast to come off as that state of light or whiteness that keeps the gray matter going. Because think about it. White is only as seen. White is only as seen as the blackness that's in back of it, right or wrong. The blackness, which you so-called black people at the bottom, you represent the foundation of everything here. Your ignorance represents the foundation of what this society stands on. You are the foundation of everything here. So when the so-called white man them come up here and they standing on top of you as the foundation, they basically stepping in your place, and you are standing as the blackness of the foundation. You are actually the ones that give power to this gray energy or this gray matter that's here, or his three-dimensional a low or submental frequency where he rules. You give power to that, you so-called black people. All right. Let me see. I want to make sure I'm getting all the questions. Hold on. Yeah, they intercept our transmission that we missed. They intercept it. You see, they intercept that. I'm going to show you something, how a big way they intercepting our transmission right now. By pushing, if you notice, to retain information much better than rather than to be natural innovators. Yeah, well, they want you to follow the gray matter. They want you to follow their instruction. They want you to be smart, not intelligent. In other words, they want you to be trained like animals like them. Basically, they want to be your trainers, or what they call in Hollywood the handlers. They want to handle you. They want to train you. to be a certain way, to be submissive to them. That's what that whole thing in Get Out was. They wanted to train the bronze man to be submissive to the white woman. You see what I'm saying? And these Caucasians, they want to train you to think on a certain level, to follow a certain train of thought that they're trying to push to you. And they got the so-called black race. They got you. And this is how they get you to stay in place, to keep their house of cards standing, to keep their supremacy, or what they call in white supremacy, standing, their gray supremacy standing. Because really they stand on gray supremacy, not white supremacy. They stand on gray supremacy. Why I say gray supremacy is because they control the mind. I mean, excuse me, the brain. They control the brain. And they want to control the mind. What do they refer to the brain as? Gray matter. They want to control the brains of the people. They want to control the brain switch that cuts you off and cuts you on when they feel like. So they really are practicing gray supremacy. The elites that control the black and white thing, they practicing gray supremacy. While they got you believing you practicing black over here and white over here, no, you're really being controlled by those who are practicing gray supremacy, control of the brain, not the mind. They want control of the mind. All right, hold on. Let me make sure I get all these. I'm trying to get all these questions. I don't want to. I'm gonna get all your questions. Hold on. I'm gonna scroll down and get all your questions. Am I clear? Am I coming in clear? So the planet is actually behind Noah. I answered that already. Am I coming in clear? When the blue sun comes to full effect, what happens to the magnetic fields? I answered that. Okay, I answered that. Answered that. Let me catch up to y'all. Okay. During Mentellect Day conference, I noticed the blue halo in some of the photos. Yeah, it was there. Yeah. Y'all see, y'all starting to pick up things, and the images are picking up stuff. So y'all seeing a lot of stuff, and y'all ain't. I already know what y'all see. You said during the Mentellect Day conference, I noticed the blue halo in some of the photos. Yeah. The blue frequency is making its way to us. It's making its way. We're being extended mentally. And I noticed after, I'm going to show you something. After we started to lose, certain people started to fade to black in here. That's when the colors started to go, when we had the reds, the strong reds and the gold and whatnot. More we started to get more mental, more we started to get more into the blue. As we going into the blue frequency, a lot of those people left. You see, that means that the mental connection is starting to take hold. And a lot of people, it's going to be very intense. A lot of people are not going to be able to hold on, because a lot of people are either going to become heavily emotional and they're going to want to disconnect, or they're going to become stronger mentally and they're going to project, be part of the projection. Let me see. Does the blue sun direct the scene in the fourth dimension? Does the blue sun directs the scene in the fourth dimension? Yeah. See, they come in all the dimensions, in the upper dimensions. If you notice, I gave different shades to our flag, and those are all extensions of blue in these upper dimensions, from the fourth dimension to the eighth dimension to the 12th dimension, and even into the 13th dimension. All right. Let me make sure I get these. I'm catching up with your questions. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Dr. Sabi was a healer during Mentellect Day. Since the blue sun is most powerful spectrum, is it bigger than the red and the yellow sun? If you look at fire, it is the foundation of the red and the yellow. If you look at fire, isn't usually when you see fire struck, you see the blue on the bottom and the yellow and the red, and the yellow's on top. The red's usually somewhat in the middle around there, but the blue is on the bottom. It is the foundation of those, the red and the yellow, right? It is the foundation of the red and the yellow. The red represents what you would call a form of action, or what's the word I want to say? It would translate as how could I say? The red would translate as a fighting type of energy, bloodshed, war. Red would translate as war, but it's really action in the upper dimensions, right? In the fourth dimension, but in red, it translates as war, warrior type. And the yellow translates more as peace. The blue represents judgment. See, because those are really supposed to be renderings of how you deal with things within in these dimensions. You know, judgment, right? Judgment over that which is action and non-action, you know, where you have to be malevolent or benevolent in those, you know, different situations. And that's based in judgment. Red reflections. Yeah. That's the malevolent switch. The yellow is the benevolent switch. See, we have control over malevolent and benevolent through the blue frequency. The blue frequency is judgment, law, order. That's the frequency. The blue frequency is law and order. Let me see. What's the difference between channeling and receiving? The difference between channeling and receiving, you channel from those who are in reception. Receiving is a direct connection to that source. Channeling is when you picking up from other people who are, you know, in reception. You see, you pick up, you could channel, like, let me give you a good example of that. You could channel from low to high frequency. You could channel from the beast, like a lot of the so-called black race. They channeling from the beast. They're not receiving from Amen. They're channeling from the beast. That's why they're going to continue to believe they black people, because they picking up on that frequency and they're channeling that energy. They're channeling that spiritual energy of the beast. You follow? They channeling from him. They're not receiving from an upper state beyond him. They're channeling from him. So you can channel from any frequency and whatnot of a person within the three-dimensional realm. You can pick up from people who are, because like I said before, the women or the, you know, they channel these different, they can channel a lot of different energies here. You see? So much so that it's hard for you to receive beyond the three-dimensional realm. It's hard for you to receive from the fourth dimensional realm because you're channeling many different energies, because channeling means what? Many different frequencies. And when you say how many different channels is it? Channels, S. When you say there's many different channels here, plural, that means there's many different frequencies in the third dimension that you're picking up on. So that just means you have access to multiple submental frequencies here in the three-dimensional realm, whereas in the fourth dimension, you're only going to receive from one. Okay. That's why I made the, hold on. People texting me as I'm going. That's why I made the thing when I said that I'm the receiver and y'all are the receptors. I represent the receiver and y'all represent the receptors. Let me make sure I'm catching up on these questions. Trying to make sure y'all type y'all questions in uppercase so I can see them, because if you type them in lowercase, I'm probably going to scroll past them. I noticed the ones that are in uppercase. So try and type your questions in uppercase letters. Let me see. All right. Hold on. Let me catch up on these questions. Shit. This thing keep jumping. Yeah. That must be why they're making implants for the cranium. Yeah, it is. It is. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hold on. Let me see. Right reflections. I'm trying to look for your questions. Hold on. No, it's not a receiver versus receptor. No. I said that I am the receiver. You all are the receptors. You're picking up on what I'm transmitting out to you. The Amen have to send the message to me, so I dispatch it through what I'm doing through these mediums so that you all can get it. Because the concentration of reception that would have to go to a lot of you, it has to go to one person because it has to come out as they giving it. If they give the reception to multiple people, it's going to come out in different ways, and that's going to cause confusion. That's why they chose one receiver to give to the receptors. Y'all follow what I'm saying? If they had multiple receivers, y'all all going to perceive it in different ways, and it's going to come out in a state of confusion. You follow what I'm saying? Hold on. Is that clear what I'm saying? In other words, however, if the Amen made everybody receivers, however how y'all get it, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out because what y'all perception is going to come out different. You see, so it has to come from one, right? In order for the receptors to get it. See, it doesn't matter how you recept it. You see, because in your reception of it, it's how you receive, how you get it as a receptor. That determines where you fit in to the body of Amen within that community, within that collective. How you recept it, or you get a reception of it, how you pick it up, your level of where you pick it up at, that decides on where you go within the body of Amen. You see, some going to get higher perceptions of that reception. They're going to get higher perceptions of it. Some are going to get moderate. You know, saying certain people are going to take time to grow with it. But the Amen want to channel it all full into one receiver so that it gets dispatched out. You see, because I'm totally mentally, I'm just, the brain wise, I'm totally hollowed out. You see, how the Amen choose the one who is going to be the receiver is by the ability to totally hollow themselves out. See, people can't do that here. The average person cannot hollow themselves out brain-wise. I've hollowed myself out brain-wise, meaning that I don't focus on nothing that was taught prior. I don't care about none of that. See, it's hard for people to do that because it takes a lot of time for you all to do that. But in time, you will through what I am transmitting to you. But the Amen need for the transmitter or the receiver to be able to be totally hollowed out mentally. Meaning that we're not connected to nothing. We could just totally disconnect from this. You see, if they gave it all to you, it wouldn't come out in alignment. You know what you would have? You would have people actually trying to set up and trying to teach. You see, and then you got 40 or 50 different teachers and whatnot trying to teach, and they leaving things out and they doing this and they doing that. Now it's confusion. The Amen want one straight message in alignment with the people. That's how they want it. They don't want multiple people thinking, oh, I'm on this, you want. No, they want one transmission, one reception, one connection, and they want one clear message to go out. That's it. If you give that to multiple people as receivers, it's not going to be that way. Okay. The difference between directors versus dictators. Okay, that's not a question, it's a comment. The director, if that's a question, like I said, when I talked about the director usually, like I said, they are just here to guide. The dictator is here to control. You see, they're here to control. See, the ultimate controller is the Amen. You see, not the director. The director is giving out the message and guiding the people, but we are controlled to do that by the Amen. You see, the dictators, that's three-dimensional stuff. They like I said, they're dictating things that are not connected or not linked into the fourth dimension. They're catering from the gray matter. We don't go from the gray matter. We go from the blue extension, the blue mind, right? We go from the blue mind, the blue mental. You see, we're not from the gray. We're not from the gray brain or the gray matter. You see, we from that blue, the blue mind, right? We from the blue mind. And I'm gonna show you something funny. Yes, people say when you say something that's fourth dimension or something on another level, what they say, yo, you blew my mind. Don't they say that? You blew my mind. My mind's blown. You just blew my mind. Notice they say that? Why that? Why you blew my mind? Blue. You might say B-L-E-W and B-L-U-E, but it's the same tone and tone and frequency in which can forget how it's spelled, but it's still the same tone and frequency. You see? Still the same tone and frequency. Because people who have that, who are usually exposed, who are not on that level mentally to receive those blue transmissions, those blue solar transmission, those are the people, when you say something to them that's out of the blue, you blow their minds. You might say something that blow their minds because that stream of fourth dimensional transmission is going to just overload them mentally because they're used to thinking in that gray matter. They think on the gray matter. They're gray material people. You follow? Okay, let me make sure I'm getting the questions. When you say something that's from that blue frequency, you blow minds. You blow their minds. What dimension is planet Nibiru? It is not, it's outer dimensional. It's no dimensions to that. It just moves through dimensions. It has no dimensions. It's just space. There's no, see, dimensions are defined by the barriers. I'm going to say this again. Dimensions are defined by barriers. Because all of those dimensions, when I say the fourth dimension, the eighth dimension, the 12th dimension, even the 13th dimension, they have barriers. They still work off squares. They have boundaries. They might be more extended, but they have boundaries. See, in which Nibiru and all them play those free moving space, those free moving entities or powers move. Those free moving vessels and mental vessels, there is no dimensions to that. You follow? There's no dimensions. It moves through dimensions or beyond, or above and beyond dimensions. There is no dimension that it moves on. Dimensions are only designed for planets that are going to be within solar systems. That's the only point for dimensions. Am I making myself clear? I have a question about lunar lens. Did I miss, before I go on, did I miss anybody's question? I want to answer everybody's questions. See, you're not going to get this from certain people who copying from me. They're not going to go live. I want people to challenge this guy, Zareas Nuclear, to go live, Nicholas Jackson. Ask him to go live and answer questions. Ask him to go live and answer questions. Next time he make a video, go live, ask him to ask questions. You know, the copycat, the guy that was in Mentellect copying me. Ask him next time to go live and ask him questions. I bet you he won't do it. You see, this is how you know when people like you talking about I copy from documents, idiot, talking about I'm copying from documents, this female. Like I said, how can I copy from documentaries if I'm answering live questions right now? Where's the documentary I'm watching to answer your questions? And everything I'm saying is making sense. How do I go from a documentary if I'm answering your questions live? People who watch documentaries and copy information, they're not going to do live feeds. They're not going to do radio broadcasts where they open themselves up to answer questions. They're not doing that. They're going to make speeches and they're going to say what they say, and that's going to be it. That's it. All right. Let me see. So am I making myself clear? I'm answering your questions live right now. Let's go. Give them. Let's go. Let's go. I ain't reading from no script. I'm not reading from a book. I don't read books. I told you all that. I'm a receiver. I don't read books. Does the lunar lens reflect through the atmosphere, giving it a round appearance? Yeah, it does. Are we looking up through the lunar lens? Yeah, we are. Yeah, I said that. I said that in the cast. I said we see the only reason the sun appears to be circular to us and the moon, which is actually circular, but the only reason why the sun appears that way is because we're looking at it through the lunar lens. The lunar lens, which is the moon, that's the lens we seeing things through the moon. We see the sun, actually we see the sun through the moon. Does that make sense to you? We see the sun through the moon. That's how we see the sun. How we see things is based on the fluidity and the pulling of the tides here on Earth by the moons, by the water that's on the moon, which I told y'all about, what they're going to tell you. That's how we see things. That's how we see the sun. Y'all ever notice that when y'all be in certain like hot places and whatnot, and you see the sun and you see like that gaseous, watery look that when you look far behind has that gaseous, watery look to it. When you look at the sun from a distance or anything, it has that gas, that watery look. You see? Is the sun behind the lunar lens? Is the moon closer to the sun? Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Correct. Correct. God Body Jones. Yeah. Correct. Mm-hmm. Did Amen have physical form when he created everything in existence? No, the Amen didn't create that. When they created things, see, creation started in the third dimensional realm. There was projection from the fourth dimension, but everything that was being projected, that was being, you had certain things that were projected here, like because the earth wasn't created, it was projected from something else. The earth is projected, not created. The only thing that's created on earth is the humans. And pretty much that's it. That's the only thing that's created on earth is the humans. Everything else comes from a projection of something big, greater, another atmosphere, another planet, other planets, more extended planets. The earth, everything here that's on earth that's part of nature or was natural, as you say, is part of a projection. The earth was not created. It was projected here. I'm saying it first and foremost. So for all you people that sit up here talking about, oh, the earth was created. No, it was not created. No, it was not. And if they say it was created, all these biblical people and there's Quranic people, all these religious people, what was it created from? What was it created from? Hold on. Slow down your quiet. I want to make sure I get this all. The earth was projected here. It was not created. It was projected from other planets or other spaces and whatnot. A projection, it was just passed through. The genetic, the molecular structure, everything was passed through in the form of light or solar projection. And it was projected and transferred into dark matter. Remember, from brightness to blueprint, right? Because if you have a blueprint of something, that means you have blueprints in the same blueprint of something else. You see, this was being projected through, the blueprint was being projected through as solar projection from a state of illumination, brightness into light, and then into darkness. It was streamed into projection, into life. It was brought into life. The only thing that's artificial here is the humans. The only thing that was created here was the humans. They're the only artificial things here. They're only artificial creatures. And you have your genetically modified animals here, which come from the reptilians. But like I said, they're the only created things, or they're the only unnatural entities on Earth, you humans. Let me make sure. Am I making myself clear? Are the 7 non-bound Nibiru energy drawers to keep life going, to project and create life? No. There's no 7 non-bound Nibirus. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know where that come from. Hold on. Storm Jones, I call from 901. Okay. All right, but am I making myself clear on that? So what form does the almond really take? What form does the almond take? We take physical form. We're the only ones in physical form, in real physical form. We go from a solar projection of fire, or what you call fire and light, illumination, all these things, and we come into light, and then we come into darkness. We take on the physical form. That's the form we take on. You know, projected physical form. You have created physical form and you have projected physical form. We as the almond represent the projected physical form from something higher. We were projected from something higher, just as the earth was projected from something higher. And how you know we are projected from something higher? Because we're evolving toward that higher state. We were projected in lower states to evolve to the higher state. Same thing with the planet and the upper dimensions. The earth was projected from higher states so that it could evolve into the upper states, into the fourth dimension, into the eighth dimension, into the 12th dimension, into the 13th dimension. Remember, I'm the first one that told y'all that there is no fifth dimension. There is no sixth dimension. There is no seventh dimension. There's only four dimensions. Really. Everything else is made up to make up those dimensions. There's no fifth dimension. There's no sixth dimension. There's no seventh. There's the fourth dimension. There's the eighth dimension. There's the 12th dimension. And then there's the 13th dimension. That's it. That's it. And they all go by 4. 4 by 4 by 4 by 4. That's it. By the square. That's it. All right. Make sure I got. Is that clear? Am I making myself clear? Yeah, because blue is a celestial color. Blue is the celestial. You know, that's why the beast makes sure in all the things he do, he used blue. But then he turn around and tell you y'all black people. He tell you y'all black. They're just trying to take y'all space, man. They got to keep you in darkness so that they can harness your energy, harness your power. They have to keep you in darkness. And that's another reason why the beast wants to educate your children. He wants to educate your children, not because he wants to really teach them anything, but because he wants to control them mentally by getting them to be brain thinkers instead of mind thinkers. And he wants you to be brain thinkers, not mind thinkers. In other words, he wants you to think within the box, within that box of the mind, of the brain, but never using the mind, using your creativity, using that which connects you. He wants you to think in a circular form of brain matter. He wants you to work off of his curriculum, off of his limited and submental way of thinking. He wants you to work off that. And if you start thinking for yourself and asking questions, they're going to look at you like something wrong with you, or you're going to be labeled, you're going to be labeled something, something's wrong with you, or something, something's going, you a troublemaker. You don't want to go with the program. You see, what is the aura that surrounds people? Certain people are surrounded by different auras. Most of these people are surrounded by a gray aura or a dead aura. It's a gray aura that surrounds the majority of people here. It's a gray aura. Because they become people of the brain. They're not people of the mind. All right. Did you see the link you sent you about the solar race cars being built in Australia? Oh, no, I didn't see it. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Is using materials such as shark skin to cover. They are using materials such as shark skin to cover the outer layers. Okay. Okay. Like I said, the only thing that is created here is the humans. They're the only creations. Ain't nothing else created here. Everything else was projected here. Meaning it came from someplace else. It was projected from someplace else, from a higher and extended state of being. And that includes us as the so-called almond race. See, they're not part of the projection. The humans are not part of it. They don't want you to connect to the projection again. They don't want that. Because once you connect to that projection, then that means you're going to take hold of and take control of all of these lower states. You're going to take control of everything. because that's how it's supposed to be anyway. The fourth, though, everything here is supposed to be under the fourth dimensional control and under fourth dimensional rule, not under the three dimensional. The three dimensional is the odd frequency, and nothing's supposed to be under that control. Everything's supposed to be under the fourth dimension, and those who are in charge of the fourth dimension is your Amun race. The beast is trying to raise up his people. That's why he's creating the gray race, because he's trying to raise them up through the so-called black woman, mix their seed, so that they somehow are going to try to install their children into the fourth dimension. They're going to try and install their children. And I'm talking about the children from the beast and the so-called black woman. They're going to try to install their children. You see, they're going to try to come back through their children, have spiritual connection with their children. Let me see. Am I making myself clear? Any questions? Is the sun always blue, but currently appears yellow and turn blue? The blue, yeah, the blue is the blue of the sun is fourth dimensional. In other words, it's there in the upper dimensions. You follow what I'm saying? The blue is there. You can't. The average person is not going to see it or be, or pick it up visually. You're going to only use, the average person is going to only usually see the red and the yellow. You see, you're going to see the red or the yellow parts of it. You're not going to see it. The average person, now you might see it here and there, but it's really part of the upper dimension. So yeah, it's always been there, because that represents the highest form of intellect, which is going to be transmitted into this atmosphere. And only the elect are going to be able to get that. They are going to be the receptors. Let me see. Did the link? Okay, let me see. Will the sun change its natural state of color, or will it change only in appearance? No. What you're going to see take hold is the blue sun, and the reds are not going to go anywhere, but they're going to be on a lower. In other words, you'll be able to see the sun and fire. You'll see the reds and the yellows at the bottom, and the blue is going to be at the top. You'll see the blue at the top. It'll appear on the top. Where you notice where you see the blue at the bottom is the foundation. When you see fire, and you'll see like the reds and the yellow will usually be in the red will be on the top. You're going to start to see where the blue will be more top, and you'll see shades of the red and the yellow. Well, the sun, yeah, got that. So is that clear? Okay. How does energy manipulation look like in the fourth dimension? Energy manipulation is everything within the third dimension, because everything moves off of energy in the third dimension. And those who are in the fourth dimension, who are connected to the mental, you're going to be able to, by suggestion, by order, be able to move everything in an energy field. You'll be able to move everything in the energy field of the third dimension. You see, everything will be moved by voice command, by thought, like some of y'all starting to do right now. You see, that's how it's going to be manipulated. But you'll only be able to do it based on the need and necessity to do it, not because you want to do it. You're gonna do it because you need to do it. You follow? Because you'll get people. If you tell people, in the future you're gonna be able to move things around, move people around, this, that, and third. They go, oh, that's good. Not those people. Because they'll just move stuff around, do stuff, and be chaotic and cause confusion. Those people are not going to inherit that mental capability. It's going to be those who thoroughly have an understanding of why we're getting these capabilities and why we're supposed to utilize and when we're supposed to utilize, because it's not supposed to be utilized all the time. We're going to utilize it when we need to utilize it. All right. So I make myself clear. I stare at the sun as long as I can, and it tends to look like a glowing blue. Yeah, okay. All right. Can you explain aura boreal and why the P is green? Everything, like I said, whatever colors you're seeing as part of the spectrum, they are those colors. Well, again, green is not part of the rainbow, and it's not really part of the spectrum. Green is not part of it. Green is an earthbound color. Green denotes fertilization, and green denotes fertilization of life here on Earth. So that's just an appearance, and it's probably picking up that energy of nature or natural energy that's here on Earth. Is probably picking up and reflecting that. But green is not part of the spectrum of the rainbow. It is not. Green is an earthbound color, just like brown and all these other colors. Brown, green, those are earthbound colors. You see, those are low derivatives of the celestial colors. Those are lower or lesser derivatives of the celestial colors. So am I making myself clear? Will some of the elect house the power of telekinesis? Yeah. Yeah, they will. Telekinesis, all of that. Telepathy, psychometry, clairvoyance, intuition, all these names the beast give. You know why he knows all those names? Because he knows those mental capabilities, or what he calls powers, really exist. And he knows our people really have it. Why do you think the white man made that movie Green Mile? Remember that movie Green Mile? And he gave the power of that mental telepathy and the ability of these powers to the so-called black man. Notice that, and notice the so-called black man. He had no beard on his face. He was clean shaven. He was big, bald-headed brother and whatnot. He was in jail, and he had all that power. Why you think he's doing? See, the beast show you who's going to inherit the power in these next days to come. He's showing you. He's showing you who's going to inherit the power, who the real power comes from. You see, he's showing you how that brother had that light coming out of his mouth, and he was healing all of them and whatnot. Michael Clark Duncan. And funny thing, he passed away. I don't know how he passed away, but then notice all these big Negroes is passing away. The guy Tiny Lister passed away. Debo and this guy, makes you start to wonder, because these guys are supposed to be like the representation of masculinity among the big so-called black men, and they passing away. See? All right. Okay. Exactly. He had the ability to heal in the movie. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. And he always had this light coming from his mouth. Remember, he had the light coming from his mouth? You see? And he was talking about fixing things. When the ascendants regenerate, will they have the ability to see into time? Let me see. When the ascendants regenerate, will they have the ability to see into time? Yeah, they're already doing that. And we're going to start doing that. That's part of those mental capabilities, to be able to see into time. Because when that what was that phrase was used, the eyes being 10,000 times brighter than the sun, that meant that along with the being able to have the eyes 10,000 times brighter than the sun, that represented illumination. And that represented the ability to see into upper dimensions and outer dimensions. That's why I said that. And they used the word 10,000. You see, it was talking about the ability to see into these upper and outer dimensions. Yeah, Debo played the president. Yeah, notice that Debo played the president in The Fifth Element. See? Don't be surprised if you hear something from Ving Rhames, something happened to Ving Rhames, or that guy, or Terry Crews. Will the ascendants have the ability to manipulate the wealthier, the weather if needed, and how does that work? Yeah, they will. Because, again, why they show you the so-called black woman in X-Men Storm? Why they showed the so-called woman manipulating the weather and things, Storm in the X-Men? Why was the so-called black woman? But notice they had to put a white woman wig on her head and whatnot, make her look like in the image of a Caucasian. Because the reason they did that is because, again, Professor X, who was a Caucasian, he wanted to control the minds of those who went in the X Academy, especially the so-called black woman. Why they didn't just give her natural hair? Why she had to have a damn blonde wig or white wig on her head and whatnot? Why they did that? To show that she was thoroughly under the control of the beast. She could, in other words, she could have the power, but she got to be under the control of the beast, because that's really a control mechanism. When they get the black woman to perm her hair or wear blonde hair or perm hair, that's really a control mechanism of the so-called white man to control the black woman. You see, that's really what that is. All right. Let me see. Yeah, that's gonna come. Well, and how I'm gonna show you this in Raviki Z. Remember when they said the so-called Native Americans knew how to do the rain dancing? Remember that? How many of y'all remember they said the Native Americans, which you could tell that was bronze people, they're real Native Americans, not the American Indians who probably learned them so-called dances and whatnot, but the real Native Americans, the descendants of the Olmecs, the Aztec, the Inca, the Mayan. Those are the people who were manipulating the weather. They knew where they get their so-called rain dances from, and they make it because they would do that if, say, they didn't get enough rain for their crops to grow and things like that. So they would do certain movements and certain motions to channel. They would channel just by their energy in a certain motion, a certain clicking motion, because they have that solar complex in them. And what does heat do? When you have all this heat gathered together, the people gather together and they making certain motions and movements, and that heat is being tossed into the air, being projected into the air. What does heat do? It makes things rain or fire or heat together. Does what? It produces water, right? It starts to rain. You follow? Like, for example, if you have, because that's what the clouds, you know, and the water and the mist produces in the clouds, and the gas is produced together, which is what clouds are, gas, and it starts to produce water, but it has to be activated by heat. So if you have those people who are the soul people, those solar people doing certain movements at certain times and shifting and doing certain things, and you know how you say when black people get together, they generate heat, that's going to produce water, rain. You know how, y'all follow that? You follow what I'm just saying? Y'all follow what I'm saying? And I know, and you know how I know that's real? Because when we was down in Georgia with Dr. York and them, Dr. York and them had us doing this walking. We was walking around the courthouse building where they was doing something to the Nawapians. We was walking around the courthouse building and we was chanting something, and we was moving counterclockwise. Some people we was walking in a circle and other people was walking in a square, and they was moving counterclockwise. Yo, why it started pouring down and raining? It was a sunny day and it started pouring down rain. And there was no detection of rain in the forecast at all. It was supposed to be a nice day. And it only rained in that area. I'm not making this up. I'm telling you straight up. That's what happened. So, yeah, we have that. They tell you about the Indians and the rain dance and whatnot. And no, they got that from the real Native Americans. You see? Exactly. Heat moves molecules. Exactly. We are those solar projected beings, so we have that. So when we move, we channeling solar energy, and when we start moving in alignment, we channeling that solar energy. And once that solar energy is channeled, that energy is being sent out into the atmosphere, into the air. It's being sent out into the air, out into the atmosphere, and it causes condensation, as they say, and then the rain starts to pour. All right. Who called? Hello? No, Annie. Somebody calling from healthcare. I got healthcare. Anyway, it's called Omni. But anyway, but when you channel that energy, that power, that heat, it's going in the atmosphere, and it's starting to pull water from the clouds. The gases, all that stuff started to come together. We draw heat. Well, especially when we in together collectively and we doing something, we draw heat, we draw energy. All right. Will we have mental currency instead of physical money in the future? Will we have mental currency? Well, credit is really mental currency. That's not physical currency. So we won't probably 9 times that we're gonna move, because that's what credit is. Credit, or when you swipe your card, that's mental currency. That's not physical currency, now is it? That's really mental currency. So yeah, obviously we're gonna head toward that. If the beast doing, we're gonna head somewhere toward that. Credits and whatnot. You see, because you have to have some form of currency to regulate the spending and the distribution of materials. Because without that, without having limitations on it, you'll have people taking too much of it, and then everybody else won't have the resource. So you have to have that in some way, shape, or form. You're not gonna. The only reason why the beast still got paper money going is because they use it to trap people to commit crimes. Because without crimes, this society can't go. Again, this society is built on crime. So that's really when you swipe your card, that's mental currency. It ain't physical, so it's mental. All right. Will 2021 be the beast? Will it be what the beast predicted in 12 would be like? I don't know what they said in 2012. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it is. I don't go off of their predictions. Certain things they say is off. Some things they say is right. Some things is like, not is what they said is. So I have to know what exactly they said. I don't listen to their predictions and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, I am the real deal in my teachings. And Mentellect, I am the real deal. Ain't gonna be nobody else. Thank you. Yeah. All right. But do y'all understand what I'm saying about how we already dealing with mental currency already? We already dealing with that. That's what credit is. That's when you swipe your card and you believe you got $1 million in the bank and whatnot. And they won't let you really take out as much money because it is in a form of mental currency. Where the Olmecs and Aztecs and the native persons of the United Kingdom. Yeah, they was. That's why, if you notice in England, you see something called Stonehenge. How many of you familiar with Stonehenge? Stonehenge is Olmecs. That's all the same people. They call it Olmecs. That's Olmecs. The Stonehenge. That's in the UK. That's bronze people that built that. That wasn't no Caucasians. That's bronze people that built that. That's why, if you notice, like I said, we went all over the world because we originally started, or we projected down in what's called the Middle East. You see, what they call in the Middle East was Sumeria and all them places, and all of society. We projected in those areas first, and then we spread out all over the world. So we went everywhere. We went in. We really, like I said, we went into what's called America. We stayed in the East. We went into the UK. We went into Asia. We went all over the place because England and all those other places, like Europe. Europe is nothing but Asia. They just call it Europe, but that's Asia. We went all over Asia. You see, Europe is Asia. That's why they call it Eurasia. The white man wanted to have a space for himself, so he ended up calling it Eurasia. But yeah, the Olmecs and the Aztecs. We in the UK too. We got UK. We in Africa. The Olmecs. We all over the place, man. Let me see. And your tribal Africans, you could tell those were people who were tribal people who stayed in those areas in what you call Africa. They didn't really travel like that. That's why they had like little primitive setups and little primitive villages and little primitive customs. They didn't really travel. They stayed in those areas. We traveled. That's how you know the difference between us, who are of the Amen, and those who are of the Africans, who are your primitive tribal creations, who we created from our genetic material in the stronger reptilian genetic, because we were basically putting them in areas like Africa to, be amongst the rough areas and whatnot, to live there, because we was trying to strengthen them. Same way we put the humans in different areas when we created them. We put the Africans in your tribal Africans, your tribal Africans, the real blue black Africans with the BB buckshot hair, who hair don't grow. We put them in certain areas in Africa to be our police force, to basically rule over the Caucasians and all the other races of people, the rest of the human race. Okay, they wasn't travelers. Let me see. The power of Superman continues, not a specific day. Yeah. What is your intake on December? Okay, December 21st. Keep that hearing of the black people. What's your intake on December 21st? I keep hearing other black people say they're going to get superpowers on that day. Don't listen to black people. Black people ain't getting no damn superpowers. The only ones who's gonna get the superpowers are the people of the bright race. You see, we're gonna have that glow. If you notice the glow on my skin, the sheen on my skin, it became brighter. I noticed that since when I turned, my skin is getting brighter and brighter. You can see that. I ain't got no makeup on it. It's not the lights. But black people, they're gonna go into a state of into deeper darkness. The bright ones, the only ones going to inherit this power. They're going to start to come into here. The black race are the deceivers, man. They're not receivers, man. They trying to channel off of what the bright race is going to do. That's why we stand up for the bright race, not the black race. The black race are nothing but grays, man. They part of the gray. They part of the gray submental frequency of the grays. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, the powers of the Superman are continuous, not one specific day. So anybody, yeah, and again, so if you hear black people, that's black people say stupid stuff like that. Oh, on one day, they get that from the white man. We're going to get all our power. You ain't getting a goddamn thing, man. Amen is not channeling. All the power is coming from Amen. It ain't coming from the so-called black man. It ain't coming from within, and we're going to just get some spark and we're going to get power. Man, that's not a lot of loaded nonsense from the so-called black race, who still believe they gods and goddesses, who still believe they're going to get this power and do what with the power? And do what with it? You already know the Amen are the only ones that's releasing any extended power and extended mental or physical power into this atmosphere. It's not coming from within. It ain't coming from just the sun or the elements and all this stupid stuff black people talking about, man. They ain't getting no damn power. If anything, they're going to be destroyed, man. Or they're going to just be consumed and consolidated into the gray race. That's why, and you can tell that's already happening already. Because if you notice, these niggas don't talk about nothing dealing with the soul anymore. Everything is spiritual with them, man. Just like with the so-called white man, he's spiritual too. They all on that spiritual vibration, on that gray energy or that gray matter, that gray energy matter, that spiritual gray energy matter is what it is. It's gray. Black and white together. All right. All right. Will the blue sun change the effect? Okay, wait a minute. Let me get this first. Explain enhanced hearing, Menzor. Explain enhanced hearing. Everything is going to be more of what advanced hearing is more of an extended vibration, like echoing. Everything is going to be more an echoing effect for our people. All right. Everything's going to be an echoing effect through the as the blue. That's another thing. The effect of the blue sun is coming in. It's going to start an echoing process, more of a vibrational process, and we're going to hear more things in more greater depth. We're going to see things in more extended vision. Our taste, everything is going to be more extended. Our physical capabilities are going to be stronger. You see, because it echoes everything out. The things that lie dormant in you, the Amen are going to bring out of you. You see, all these things lie dormant in those who are of the bright race, those who are of the Amen race. So as the blue sun, as the Amen are projecting the blue sun to come in, it's going to bring that out of our people for the purpose of keeping law and order, reestablishing the law and the order of Amen on earth over these humans and everybody else. That's what the point of that is. Let me see. If mental currency, because it's agreed that the amount is there and available, yeah, it's agreed upon. You know, you're gonna know what amount you got. You're gonna be regulated in how you use material. See, the Amen projected that to be for our people, and the humans just put it in effect. You see, because you had people, so this way, you're not going to be able to crash societies with fake currency and fake money and whatnot. So yeah, it is going to be like what you see right now, credits in the credit system, and you're using a card or accessing a card and things like that. It's going to be like they're going forward in their distribution of resources and things like that. You're not going to have to use paper currency. I'm saying, and when I was saying the three-dimensional under the system of the beast, he's never going to take out paper currency. That's what I was saying. Remember I said they're not going to ever take out paper currency, because if they take out paper currency, then that means they're going to cut out a lot of the crime. And I said this society needs crime to focus on. They need a reason or an excuse to lock up black people. Now, most of you so-called black people, the reason why you commit crime is for money. You sell drugs, you rob, you steal, do whatever you do for money. You see? So if they take out the money, y'all ain't swift enough to know how to do things by some computer or things like that. So that's why the beast really leaves money around, because if he gets rid of money, then he can't lock up people. See, he put a heavy spell, a heavy program on money, aka Mooney. He put a heavy program on the Mooney, which makes people do anything for it. So if he takes the doubt, it's like he's breaking that program. He's breaking that spell on the Mooney if he takes the Mooney out on the money. You follow? Let me see. Hold on. Let me make sure I get these questions. Will the blue sun change the condition of the weather and the people? Yeah, it will. Yeah. But it will become more intense, but bearable and very comfortable for those who are of the projection. You see, the humans know that the weather is going to change in a drastic form. That's why they mix and they seed with the rest of the people of the melanated races. The melanated races are, your humans, which they got melanin. So we have a carbon coating on our skin. The humans got a melanin, but they use the so-called carbon coating of the black female to basically give them protection, so they can live as we're moving into this atmosphere where our environment's going to change. All right. We're going to be the only ones able to access fourth dimensional power. The humans are still going to be on a three-dimensional level, but they're going to be affected by the weather change and the things that will take place. Let me see. Voyagers. Okay. What is the purpose of a wisdom tooth? That's just me, a term they just use for the tooth and whatnot. It may have something to do. I'm only speculating on this guy. I'm not going to sit here and try to answer that. These are names they give, and that may be because it's the foundation of how the pattern of your teeth grow. I'm thinking that's what it was. Like for example, certain where your teeth grow, certain foundational teeth will always be there. So my thinking is what I'm getting from this, when you said that, the foundational pattern, one of the foundational patterns of how your teeth grow is your wisdom tooth. So it connects you to, what you or who the essence of who you are and how your genetic material grows. You know, you have knowledge on that because again, you'll lose a lot of teeth, but your permanent teeth are how it grows. Your wisdom tooth is like part of that. It's like the foundation of what you have teeth for in the first place, which is to chew flesh, things like that, to, you know, grind down food and things like that. Teeth that you probably 9 times out of 10 won't lose, you know. And if you lose it, like I said, it's still the foundation back there of where you process your food, because most of you start chewing, but most of it ends up in the back when you're chewing on and whatnot. And that's the foundation of you having teeth, to grind this down to make it start liquefying it before it hits your stomach. Let me see. Will our iris be full on blue in the 4th dimension? No. No. It may appear that way, but no. No. The intel on the brown and whatnot and the different shades of bronze, because your iris appears to be as different shades of bronze, right? Your iris is appearing as different shades of bronze. If you look around your iris, you'll see a blue ring around the iris of your eye, but it appears as different shades of bronze, right? And it'll have that blue around it. When you see the Caucasians with blue eyes, their eyes are not blue. Their eyes have no color to it at all. Their eyes are really just blank. But the first color that shows up to make it appear as though it's not blank is blue. That's an illusion. Their eyes are not blue. Their eyes are blank. They don't have. They have clear eyes, no color to them. Let me see. Why did the almond beings choose reptile DNA to protect their vessel and the planet? Also, do we do the same on other planets? Because the reptiles, they were projected here to live in water. They are projected here to live in water. Remember, Earth is an atmosphere filled with water. Even the gases here and whatnot, oxygen is water. Oxygen is water. Oxygen is a dense form of water. What makes up water? Oxygen and hydrogen, H2O. You're breathing in more water because the way we're able to breathe in oxygen is because of the reptilian DNA. They were the first ones here and they lived in the water. So being that this is a water-based planet, how else could we live here? How else could we, we would have to put on a reptilian genetic material or a wetsuit or a reptile suit in order to move through this atmosphere, which is based in water. The oxygen you breathe is water. It's just a dense form of water. That's all. That's why, like I said, you can go breathe on the glass. You'll see the oxygen coming out of your mouth will put water. It will put water on the mirror. Condensation that comes from you because that's the heat, along with the heat that's coming from you from the solar plex, along with the gases that oxygen that produces water. So we're living in a planet filled with water. Even like I said, the air is water. That's all water we're breathing in. Even when the baby's in the mother's embryonic, when she's in the womb, the baby's in the embryonic sac is breathing water. So everything here is based on water. So we would have to take on the reptilian genetic material because they didn't, after they destroyed it, it was in the earth. We had to take it on in order to live here. It was a form just to live here. I wanted to add on to whatever Menzor says, that people used to eat tougher food, which made muscles wide, thick skull, teeth, and yeah, exactly. I would think your health and wellness will play a major part in the reception of super capabilities. It will. When is the real new year? the real new year is supposed to start really, and what I want to say, it's broken up into 4 seasons. Really, it's supposed to start around March or April. You know, it's supposed to start around March or April. January, that's the time of, usually when it's cold, but around what they call in the 3rd or 4th month, that's really the time of the new year. Because all of them, they judge it based on times of harvest. New Year's are judged on times of harvest and seasons: winter, spring, summer, fall. Right. Spring is supposed to be the new year. So spring, right? Things springing forward, things coming out after the winter. Winter is the end. It's supposed to be the end, and the spring is supposed to be the new year. So the months of when it starts, what they call the spring, is really supposed to be the new year. That's why many people have issues, but the wisdom tooth is for chewing. Yeah, it is for chewing. Yeah. Is there a connection between the winter solstice and the supernatural ability? The winter solstice is meant to be a time where you are in a state of regenerating and, growing into a next stage of who you are every year, because winter is usually a time where you may be in the house, you might be working on something like the example of the caterpillar in the cocoon, or the bear hibernating. The bear goes in and hibernates and comes out and things like that. So in a way we do that. You don't really see us moving around in the winter like that. You see us come out in the spring, right? In the summer. And we do that, and then we go in fall. We're doing what we're doing. Then we go in the winter. That's the time of isolation. The winter is the time of isolation. Remember in the Superman movie when Superman went to where? He went to the North Pole, and he went to his fortress of solitude where it was cold. That was a place of isolation where he became, before he went back out into the world, he went to the coldest place, right? Where he had to be regenerated. He had to learn who he was. He crossed over the desert. He had his full-on beard on his face, right? Which is a shot at you so-called Israelites, because he crossed over, not the burning sands like the Masons say, which is in the east, which is us, but he crossed over. They changed it to the cold, to the South Pole or the Alaska, wherever he was, where he had to build his fortress of solitude away from everybody else, because he had to go to a place where it was so cold that it would be away from everybody else, where he would be in solitude alone, and he would become who he would become. He'd come back, face all clean, shaven. He had no beard no more. He didn't have to be in the desert growing a beard, because that's why he did that. When he went, and after he became who he was, he came back clean shaven. He came back to the world, and he had his power. All right. That's why many people. Let me see. Is a so-called tooth by humans, wisdom tooth by humans at the time? They would be early before it could fully erupt, and we're enough to them. Those humans were considered wise. Okay. Because they were able to live for so long. Clear. Okay. Wisdom teeth is the appearance of 3 molars. They come through at their more mature age. Wisdom, maturity. Okay. Okay. And it also is the foundation in which in which your teeth are based on. Like you said, they come through at the time of maturity. That was going to be the teeth that are 9 times out of 10 take you through your your life, what you grind and food and things like that. That's the foundation of your teeth. Maturity. Are there 13 lower dimensions beneath the earth dimension? Are there 13 lower dimensions? Now, the lowest dimension, we are already on the lowest dimensions already. We are already on the lower dimensions. This is the lowest. From 1 to 3. And from the 1 to 3rd is really the 13th lower dimension. From 1 to 3 is really the 13th lower dimension. Those from people, place, and possession, all of those are put together to house, which is the low 13th dimension. So the 1 to the 3 is the low 13th dimension. It's not beneath the earth. All right. And technically, we still beneath the earth somewhat. We're coming above the earth right now in the 4th dimension. So am I making myself clear? Will we be able to breathe in fire and gas? Yeah, you're already doing that right now. It's called oxygen. Oxygen is firing, is gas and fire as well. You already breathing it in. You just not, and you pushing it out. But you'll be able to inhale all of those oxygens, or those gases, I should say. So is the primary purpose. Am I coming in clear? Did y'all get what I just said about the 13 lower dimensions from 1 to 3 from people, place, and possession is actually the 13 lower dimensions on Earth and really beneath the Earth? Yeah. Will we be able to breathe fire, guys? So is the primary purpose of the blue sun is to transmit frequency, restore, and empower the Amenic race. It's to restore law and order here, because this planet is without law and order. It's to restore law and order and give power to those who are going to keep the law and the order. That's the whole purpose of the blue sun, and to give the power to the Amenic beings of the Amen race. Because notice the elites who are in control of the world, they make reference to themselves as the blue bloods. And there's a show that comes on CBS with the Caucasian police. They call it, it's called Blue Bloods. So they know the connection with the color blue and law and what it's supposed to do and how it empowers those who carry the blue, who are going to be the people who have the law. It's going to be our people going forward. See, the beast don't want that. That's why, and when he see our people trying to get themselves straight or get into alignment with what they're supposed to do, blue, he creates a red to go against us, like what he did with the Bloods and the Crips. Where you seen the Crips was the first group. The Crips meant California Revolution in Progress. They was trying to basically protect, after the Watts riots and the things happened, the Black Panthers started getting decimated. They were trying to protect their neighborhoods from the racist police and things like that. And they were trying to restore law and order. And the men were trying to, take care of the community. So then what the beast did, he set up the gangs, the other gangs out here to cause chaos and confusion, like your Bloods and all these other people. He set those people up to cause the confusion. And next thing you know, they gang banging, they fighting and killing each other for nothing. You see? They use niggas to set up gangs. I'll say they use niggas to set up gangs and cause chaos and confusion. They use agents to come in and set up gangs, cause chaos and confusion, and destroy and turn it into some criminal thing. All right. But the Crips really originally, when their color was blue, they originally was about trying to protect the community and the neighborhood and, making sure their families wasn't getting, jumped on by the police and messed with and bothered, being preyed upon, or having people coming in the area. That they was trying to be a law enforcement group. Let me see. Hold on, let me make sure, because I don't want to jump ahead of these questions. I'm trying to make sure I don't read comments. I wanted the questions. So in saying that the winter is more of a time of rejuvenation, Superman, for example, December 21st comment about superpowers make sense because that is the winter solstice. I just said that these people ain't going to just get no superpowers, man. I just said that ain't no popping. You just getting superpowers, man. See, that's Black people nonsense, man. Like I said, these mental powers, these mental energies are going to come over time. I was speaking about our people coming to a realization, but like I said, we know this is an ongoing thing. This goes over time. Ain't nobody just going to pop up and have no superpowers. That's Black people nonsense talk. Not saying you, just saying Black people say stupid stuff like that. It means you don't have any if you're an adult and you don't have them, they could not be gotten or reabsorbed. You never had any. Exactly. It's not a big deal. There are people being born without them because they aren't needed much anymore. Exactly. Everybody's not going to receive this power, man. Everybody's not going to receive. A lot of these people are just going to be sacrifices, and they're going to help in creating a great race. Now, you so-called black people, y'all not receiving no power, man. Y'all already, and y'all just want power just to cause mischief, man. That's the only reason y'all want power. You only want power to cause mischief because that's all y'all going to do. Y'all ain't going to keep the law. You're not going to keep the law. So is not going to give any power to that. Is not going to empower lawbreakers because all the lawbreakers and people in the third dimension. Is not going to empower you to do that in the fourth dimension because you already know if cut loose any kind of mental or physical power to black people, you already know what they're going to do. They're going to be fighting each other. They're going to be trying to take over the planet. They're going to be dominant. They're going to get tribal. They're going to be robbing and stealing. They're going to do all these demonic things, man, because they're not in alignment with They just want things just so they can cause chaos and confusion. And that's not going to happen. That's why blacks are still up under the beast. Is not releasing the so-called blacks from up under the control of the beast because a lot of our so-called black people are chaotic and demonic. We're just going to say it like that. But like you said, those of the elect will gain superpowers, enhance. And yeah, those of the elect. Yeah, those of the elect. The black race ain't of the elect, man. It's only going to be the bright race that comes out of the black race. Beast calls the holographic universe. Now you can't explain. Now, can you explain what they're trying to explain about the holographic universe? What they're trying to explain with the holographic universe is what I've been saying about how Earth is projected from an extended image of a greater planet or a higher planet. Earth is part of that projection. So that projection, that extended projection of planets in which Earth is projected from through sunlight, the solar projection, that's what he's calling a holographic universe, or universe where it houses other solar systems and things like that the Earth is copying from, that the Earth is being projected from. See, when he used universe, he's really not saying, he don't mean, he means, the beast is trying to use universe, places universe as planet. Universe is just space. That's all, space in which different dimensions and time zones are set in. That's all the universe is. It's just dark matter. That's all the universe is. It's just dark matter in which solar projections are burned into. That's all the universe is. The universe is the space in which dimensions and times are projected into to create solar systems. You follow what I'm saying? That's all it is. Okay. That's one in third dimensional people, place of possession. What? This is because right now, this is beneath the earth. The earth, the real earth, is fourth dimensional earth. This is not real earth. This is beneath the earth. Beneath the earth is 1 to 3. The real earth is the fourth dimension. That's what we're coming into right now. See, in the real earth, in the real solar system of earth, the so-called humans are not supposed to be in charge. They workers, man. They're workers. They're not even supposed to be in charge. In the real world, why do you think the beast said that thing in Planet of the Apes? He goes, our world, their planet. Because they know they're being witness that this is really our planet. And the planet is not in the hands of the right people because the right people are not righteous people. We're not righteous people. So therefore, the world is not in the hands of the righteous people because we're not righteous people. Black people are not righteous anymore. They become demons, man. They've become open vessels for demonic possession. So being that they still have some sort of connection to that through the solar plexus, they rulership and their demonic presence would be more disastrous than the beast being in charge. They are not righteous people. The minds of our people have to be righteous before we receive power, man. We have to be made righteous, man. We have to know, we have to be put in alignment with law and order again, without emotion. Hold on, let me. Hold on. Is there a technical only one real element? Fire and rest artificial? Yeah. Well, yeah, because how I want to say this. Yeah, because fire and heat and all this other stuff, it's how can I say? It's used to, because elements come from gas, right? So you have to have fire, you have to have something burning, you have to have an output of that would be gas. All right. You have to have heat, light, and all that stuff. Gas and all of that, is that produces elements. All right. So yeah, fire would be the real element because elements are produced through the burning and the illumination of fire that produces gas. Gas, which produces elements, is the output of that solar projection. So yeah, fire would be the only element. Yeah. Let me see. Mm-hmm. All a hologram is a produced image. It's a produced image of something else. That's all. Let's see. If people are focusing on their destruction and making their own, then they will, with the humans, then we aren't worried about rushing to survive what's coming. They are, let me see. Yeah, like green screen. I'm trying to get to the questions. If you study a level of in the dimensional state, solstice do exist. Time, stimulus, something, everything happening at the same time. No, everything doesn't happen at the same time. Things happen in separate. Even certain things happen in different time frames because everybody, for example, is on a different time frame. We wasn't all born at the same time, so we're not all moving on the same time. Certain people are going to evolve at different times. Certain people aren't going to evolve in any time. That's just what it is. Certain people chosen to evolve. Certain people are going to evolve faster than others. That's just what it is. Based on that time frame, we all on different types of time, but we are merging these times together in the upper dimensions. It will not be in the third dimension. Is the cold months the reason facial hair grows to protect our skin? Facial hair gonna grow regardless on your skin because we got mixed in with these humans. We don't grow facial hair. Ain't nothing to do with that. We're not supposed to grow facial hair, period. That came from mixing in with the humans. What does it mean to be born with wisdom tooth? Just a pattern in which your teeth are going to grow. That's all. It's just a set pattern. All right. Fire sparks all elements. Correct. It does. And elements are grown in the earth from the gases that are projected here through the light and the projection of these gases in the light, or in the illumination of solar projection. All elements work together. They are not independent. Yeah, they all work together. All elements work together. They're not independent, correct? When you transition, die is there. You is where you go based off of who you were and when you were alive. Yeah. Everything is based off of who you are. You know, everything is based off of who you are and what you did, because you're only going to go to spaces in which a person like yourself is needed. You're going to, like, that's why I say what I'm doing right now, I was always doing. I was always teaching. I always came as a teacher and whatnot, you know, so I'm going to, when I come forward again, when I transcend, I'm going to come forward again teaching. It's not like I'm going to be doing something other than what I'm doing, because that is the personality, the persona of who you are. In other words, if you was just a worker when you was here and you was just working and you're going to be a worker in the next life. You're going to be a worker in the next. That's the level your mind works on. You're going to constantly come back or come forward in who you are mentally, who you're based on. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. So is everything clear? Let me know if everything's clear. I've been saying, because I'm gonna do this up until 7. I wanted to speak on something real quick. This is I'm noticing with a lot of these males out here. Let me see. Everything clear? Let me make sure everything clear before I go on. Questions. Everything clear? Okay, I want to say something. There was this there was this so-called they was supposed to be paying homage to Dr. Sebi, right? And I'm noticing a lot of these female worshiping or woman worshiping, I'm saying female worshiping males, you know, they're starting to say disparaging things about Dr. Sebi. There was this one guy in particular, the guy got called himself Booker T. Coleman. He's supposed to be a speaker, a Kaba, Kamene, whatever this guy called himself. He said some nonsense about how Sebi, Dr. Sebi, wife was the brains of the operation, and that Sebi wasn't the Sebi was just the face. And that's the stupidest thing I heard. Let me tell you something. Be mindful of these males who are putting the women on pedestals. Be mindful of them. I want to say this right now. Hold on to your questions. I want you to hear what I'm going to say on this. Be mindful of these males who are putting these women and females on pedestals. Because I said on my Facebook before, and I was going to do a broadcast, I might still do one, but I'm going to just touch on this because it really irked me when this guy said that. You know, it's funny that people got all these things to say after Dr. Sebi's dead. And they're claiming that, the women did all this, that, and the third, and he was just the face and nothing, that all this other business. Yet these people wasn't saying that when he was alive. Dr. Sebi said, yeah, the women helped him. Of course, the women help. Women are meant to be helpmates to men. They are. That hasn't changed. Be it in the third dimension, the fourth dimension, the upper dimension. Men establish order, they establish law, they establish society, civilization, and the women help in running that. They produce the children, they help in running that. That is the role of the women. Women are not to be put on pedestals. They are to be protected. They are to be protected because the most precious thing a man can do is protect a woman, not put on a pedestal. You know what guys who put women on pedestals do? They're the ones that tell the women, oh, you know, when it come time to bring home the bacon or take care, you know, whatever you got to do to take care of the house and home. oh, you know, you could go to welfare, you could go to WIC, you could go to the white man and whatnot, goddess, you could do all of that. Yeah, I could live off you and this, that, and the third, because they gas you up and put you on a pedestal. So then they'll say, well, damn, you a goddess, you don't need my protection. You a goddess, you don't need my protection. You see, you ain't got to submit to me. I put you on a pedestal so you can do whatever you want to do. If you want to go get an abortion, that's fine. If you want to go get on welfare, go work for the white man, that's fine. Do you see where I'm going with this? The way they give you this fake independence, where they start to, even these males who pushing this nonsense of the putting women on pedestals, or females, or whatever you want to put on the pedestal. Usually these guys are really just a bunch of worshipers who want to put the woman out front. That's what they want to do. They don't want to protect the woman. They want to put them on pedestals. They want to tell a woman you can do whatever you want to do. See, because most of these guys were raised by women who did whatever they wanted to do. And these were the women or the females who enabled these guys not to be real men. Because no real men should be putting their woman on the forefront. You're supposed to stand in front of your woman as protection. As protection. You see? And a lot of times these males, they got remember I said males got a problem with men. See, Dr. Sadie was a real man. And a lot of these niggas who had to wait to say all this crap about Dr. Sadie, there was a bunch of males. They didn't say that when he was alive, that, oh, you just a face. How you honoring Dr. Sadie, but then you talking about he really was just a face. He was like a damn Trojan horse or a stick figure for the women. Really? Did the women help him? Yes, he said that the women helped him. But he was the spark plug, man. He was the spark. He was the one who got these things started. You see? But see, a lot of these males, they don't want to give credit to men as being the trailblazers and the spark plug. They want to try and take that and give it to the women. And the only reason they doing it because these guys are a bunch of weak pea beggars. I'm not going to use the word pea beggars. You already know what I mean when I say pea beggars. They're a bunch of weak pea beggars. And they just want to try to cater to the women. You see, they want to cater to the women and trying to bring out that female mindset in you. You see, when you start believing that you a god, you don't need no man, because these males are telling you that they're not going to be around to protect you. They're not going to stand up and protect you. Because if they putting you on a god status, if they telling you on a pedestal, then what the hell you need protection for? You can protect yourself. They'll tell you that, sister. You see, ain't no a real man gonna protect a woman who is behind that man in submission to that man. He gonna protect her. Why the hell am I gonna protect you if you stand up talking you on a greater pedestal than me and you a goddess and all? Now I'm gonna tell you to protect your goddamn self. I'm gonna tell you to protect yourself. You don't need me to protect you. You a goddess, right? You a queen, right? You don't need the man. Watch out for these type of people. Watch out for these type of people. You see, I'm not taking nothing away from the woman. I'm not trying to put the women down, but let's keep things in proper perspective, shall we? Let's keep things in proper perspective. Where was his wives at saying all this? Oh, he ain't the one, I'm the one. Where was his wives saying that? You see, where was the wives said? They didn't say that. They didn't say, you know, they doing their companies now. But everything start with Sabi's story. If that's the case, why we don't know about his wife's story? They could have been told their story. Ain't nobody had no gun to their head tell them, oh, you better not say. They obviously didn't say nothing because they ain't what really happened. But you get a bunch of weak, pea-begging males up here who don't like men. Like when I did the broadcast, they'd rather defer to a female or a woman, because I'm going to even keep it real with you. Women don't even like that. Real women don't like to be put on pedestals. Real women like to be protected. Real women know their place and the family structure. They know their place. They know their place is not out front. Because if your place is out front, then that means you stand in front of me. You gonna take the bullets? If they come, you gonna take the bullets? You gonna step up and fight men? You gonna step up and build and do all the things to protect the house? You gonna do that? Or am I gonna do that? Am I gonna stand out front as a man as I'm supposed to and do that? You see, you get these males, be careful of these males who, like I said, they want to suck on the teat of the woman and try to gas her head up and tell her she a goddess and all that, and the men ain't did nothing. See, the reason guys like that say stuff like that because they ain't did nothing. All them guys are full of talk, man. That's why they do stuff like that. They got all them niggas came out the woodwork, all them males came out the woodwork and had all kind of negative things to say about Dr. Sig does males because they jealous of a real man. They wouldn't have stood up. They wouldn't have stood up to the New York State court system when Dr. Sabi, where the hell was all of them at? Where was his wife? Wasn't on. I guess she was. I don't know, but it was Sabi named Alfredo Bowman who was on trial. You see, none of those males would have stood up and said, "Yeah, I cured AIDS." They wouldn't have stood up and said that. They wouldn't have stood in court and said that. They would have had their goddamn tail between their legs. See, that's the difference between real men and males. See, males do all the talking after the men are gone. Males do all the talking after the men are gone. They gas up the women's head and try to turn them into females. But in reality, yeah, Booker T. Coonman, yeah, he married to a cave woman. Yeah, Kaba Kamane, Kuna Kamane, with a cave woman. You see, watch these guys. Watch these guys, this black woman is God nonsense. Well, this one guy was up there, this natural Tahuti guy. He ain't on the scene no more. This nigga was talking about, oh, men, the black woman is God, and men as women, and men could breastfeed. This the madness that come out of these niggas' mouths, man. This is the madness that come out of their mouths. Be mindful of these guys who want to take the woman out of her place as the helpmate to the man. Be mindful of these type of people. See, because all they're going to do is destroy you women from receiving your true power. Your true power is to work in unison with the man to support what the man is doing. He's supposed to be out in the front, and you're supposed to play your position as organizing things in the family. He sets the law. You keep the order. See, but these males, they want to take you out of place. They want to try to put the woman in the front and lessen the role of the man. Because these are lesser men. You see? The man, because like I said, the man, if he's taking care of business, he paying the bills, he feeding everybody, he keeping a roof over everybody's head, he's the boss. He's the boss. He protecting the family. He putting food on the table. He keeping the roof over your head. And God damn it, that's the boss. That's the boss. Funny how you so-called black females, you got a problem with saying if your man is doing that, which a lot of y'all ain't got men that's doing that. You got males. That's what the problem is. You got a bunch of males who ain't doing that. That's why you want to buck up with a lot of these males. I get that. But notice you don't challenge the white man when you go to his job and you know you got to go and get the paycheck from him. You don't challenge his authority. So why do you challenge the authority of the man when he paying the bills, he keeping the roof over your head, he making sure you, the children, everybody's safe, protected, clothed, fed, and everything when you don't want for nothing? That's the boss. And you're supposed to help keep that order. You ain't supposed to go against the man. Because when you do stuff like that, what that guy was trying to do was he was trying to really turn or put the women against Satan. That's what he was trying to do. Because why would you even have to say something? Well, I realized that Sabi was really just Dr. Sabi was just the figurehead. Nigga, how you know? Are you part of the business? You ain't part of their business. You on the outside looking in. You know, that's that weak male spirit, man. That's why I said males don't like men. Because that was meant to be some kind of vicious attack. But see, that's that passive aggressive stuff. Like how the white man do, the passive aggressive. You know, they say things in a passive way, but really behind it is some aggressive energy. That's really what that is. They say things in a passive way, but really behind it is some aggressive energy. Like how the white man do, he'll come as a liberal when he's young and he's passive and he's saying little things and whatnot. Then as time go on, he show who he truly is. He start getting aggressive and racist, show you who he really is. That's what, like I said, this guy come off in the energy. He's saying things in a passive way and trying to, but he really down it. He putting Dr. Sabi down. tarnishing his memory. Because see, a lot of these black males, they are here to serve the beast, man. A lot of these black males are here to serve the beast. And one of the things they doing in serving the beast is to put down the masculinity, the real manhood of bronze men, to destroy the masculinity, the manhood of bronze men. And part of the people on that target is Dr. Sabi. You see, that's why he come and say some nonsense like that. A lot of these guys are females, man. Inside, a lot of these guys are nothing but females with penises, man. That's why they worship the damn woman or worship the female. Because a lot of these guys are nothing but females with damn penises. They got the mind of a woman is trapped in their body. You look at this guy when you get a chance. A lot of these guys got the spirit of a woman inside of them. That's why they're a bunch of female worshipers. You see, there's nothing wrong with having loving your woman, and respecting your woman. You definitely do that. And she's supposed to respect herself enough to play her position, man. Not try to usurp the authority of the man. You see? And then you and let's just keep it real. Those, you women, the real women, when you see a male that worship your image and wanting to and bow down and kiss your behind, you don't like them guys. You like the guys who just keep you regular, treat you regular, keep you, keep your mind, and you know what I'm saying? That don't, you want those guys. You don't want the guy who, oh, my queen, my goddess, and all this other BS. Yeah, why your queen? Why you doing all that queen and goddess nonsense? They're saying your queens and goddesses, you gassing their head up. They're going and being with the damn white man. You see, because he ain't treating them like no queen and no goddess. You see, he treating them like women or females or whatever. On a lower level. Not saying we got to treat our women like that, but like I'm saying, let the women treat the women as women. And that means letting them be in their place where they belong. That's all. That was my little rant on that. I'm not even going to do no broadcast on that because, like I said, I don't want to waste time on males, man. I don't want to waste time on males and females. You see? Like I said, but I'm funny how none of these people had none of this to say when Dr. Sabi was alive. They was all smiling in his face. Oh, Dr. Sabi. Yeah, Dr. Sabi when they smiling in his face. Because that's what males do. They cowards. That's what males do. They talk shit when the men are going. They got a lot of shit to talk when the men are going. Excuse my language. Raw and then cut just a little. So, Any other questions before? Because I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Any other questions? Get some questions up there because we're going to close it out at 7 because I'm doing the broadcast tonight at 10. Hold on. All right. Is a spirit genderless while the soul gives us our gender? No, you got male and female spirits. You got male and female spirits. All right. So we got male and female spirit. And I'm gonna say one more thing about these guys, these type of people. These are the type of guys, like I said, they'll let their women go on welfare, right? Or these guys, if you ever listen to them, these are guys like certain people sit up here and they'll have 2 and 3 women with them and whatnot. When they talking, they'll have a woman with them, because really that's just a distraction. And if you ever notice, these guys usually was raised by their mothers. They wasn't raised by no men. That's the key trait of this. I think that was a situation with this clown that said that nonsense about Dr. Sabi. These guys are raised by women, man. They raised by female. I'm not even gonna say they raised by female, so they don't really have no respect for the masculine principle because they not men. They're not real men. They're a bunch of females with penises. You see, these are guys that let their women go on welfare, won't take care of the family, won't take care of the children. They always laying up on a woman, and they so thankful to the woman or worshiping the woman because 9 times out of 10 these guys done laid up on women, had women taking care of them. You know what I'm saying? Basically freeloading off of damn women. You see, while telling them they goddesses, yeah, my goddess took care of me when I was messed up. These niggas always got that shit. When I was messed up, my goddess took care of me. My queen took care of me. We always got that same story. When I was messed up financially, I couldn't feed the family. It was my goddess that did that. Nigga, stop. They all, let me tell you something. All them guys who put the women on the pedestal, these are the guys that use a spirit. They got that user spirit. They doing that because either they just want some vagina, they want sex, or they just want to try to get some money out you. Some kind of game they running when they took that black woman as God. They're just trying to get something out of you. That's all. And a lot of these dumb females, they fall for it. Next thing you know, they being argumentative and combative with the men. They want to be argumentative, combative. I ain't nobody telling me nothing. Because these males gas up their head. All right. Let me see. All right. What would take place once the blue sun arrives? It's already taking place. See, y'all got to stop with this. Oh, this going to be everything just comes in an instant. It don't work like that. Everything is gradually happening. Though you do have times, I will say this, you do have times where, I'm noticing this, where you might be at a certain chapter in your life, and then within a day or two or whatever, in a week, something just changed totally, and it's on another level. Like, for example, you might, let's say you have a brother or sister or a niece or nephew, somebody, they like 5'2", 5'3" before the summer. Then by the time the summer over, they 6'4". Where the hell all that? Where that growing took place? They 6'3", 6'4". Like over the summer, they just got big. You didn't even notice it. They was growing in their sleep. You see? So they was growing in their sleep. All right. 5G, I said this before. I spoke about 5G. 5G is nothing but the beast's artificial way to try to combat or work against the fourth dimension that's coming in. That's all 5G is. He's trying to use 5G technology to control the brain waves of people. That's what 5G technology is. He's trying to control the thinking or the brain waves of people. He's trying to basically jump ahead or try to offset the effects of what the fourth dimensional mental transmission is going to have. That's his artificial way of trying to jump ahead of the fourth dimension by trying to take hold of as many brain frequencies and functions as the people have who are open to him, to them by the brain, the gray matter. All right. What does skin color have to do with receiving transmission amongst the brighter bronze race in the fourth dimension and the upper dimensions? What does skin color have to do with it? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's all about who is connected or connected in. The reason why your so-called Caucasians and Asians are blocked from the fourth dimension is not because of their skin color. It's because of their genetic material. They have animal genetic material in them. They have animal DNA, and they are part of the creation. They're not blocked because their skin is, the skin complexion. It's because they are created here. Creations do not have access to the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension is a projected dimension, and only those who are part of the projection have access to it. The humans were created here. The Caucasians, the Asians, the East Indians, they were created here. See, the East Indians are dark. They got dark skin, but they're not going to get any fourth. They're not getting any fourth dimensional projection. Your tribal Africans, they dark skin. They ain't getting no transmission. You see, has nothing to do with that. They're just not of the projection. That's all. Everybody clear on that? Our skin color is based on the solar system we came from. Correct. That's correct. But that's not, but again, that's not why, because even those who are really part of the projection, we're going to start looking different from what you calling black people. You're going to start to see we're looking different from them. You see, that's the only thing that blocks the humans from getting it. They have the animal genetic in them. That's why they got fur growing out of their head. They got fur. They receptors, they transmitters are down. Their transmitters are down. They're not there. When I say their transmitters are down, they grow downward. They're not able to grow upward. They're not able to get the frequency. They're earthbound beings. They were created here. They're not part of the projection. So am I making myself clear? What are the qualities of a bright follower? What are the qualities of a bright follower? That's kind of an interesting question. The qualities would be those who have an understanding of community and the collectivism and why we're doing this. That's the qualities of a bright follower. They're not individual in their way of thinking. They play their position within the collective body of the bright race. They play their position. They're not individuals. They don't think individually. You see, that's the problem. That's always been the problem with the so-called black race and why they were not able to receive reception from Amen in the fourth dimension is because they want to think as individuals and they still want to have this idea that they're getting things on their own and they're not. So the ones who carry those qualities, they are part of community. They know their place within community. All right. Any other questions? Any other questions? Questions, comments? Got 3 minutes left. You know I'm doing the broadcast tonight at 10. What y'all want to see tonight? What broadcast y'all want to see tonight? What y'all want to hear? I mean, I should say, what y'all want to hear tonight? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you measure the qualities by those who know their place within the community. Because the black people will show themselves. The black people will be the ones who want to promote individuality. The black ones want to promote sexism. They want to promote the polar opposites. They want to promote the man against the woman. This is what black people do. Those are not bright people. Those are not the bright race. You see, they want to push the gender thing, you know, basically what the beast is programmed in them to be. That's what the black people do. Option 3 from last night. I got to look at option 3. Y'all inbox me option 3 so I remember. See, the thing is that, you know, I want to say this. We must learn to always just be receptors. Be receptors in reception to the receiver. That is the attributes of the qualities, the great qualities of one who is of the bright race. They just want to be. They're not interested in was fun. They're not interested in that. They're not driven by the things of this world. They want to become, or they want to constantly be receptors to the reception of the receiver. You follow what I'm saying? That's what they live for, to be receptors to the reception of the receiver. Like from like me, I don't care about nothing here. All I want to do is play my part as the receiver and give what I'm supposed to give. That's it. That's all. Yeah, strengthen the mind. That comes with strengthening the mind. Knowing your place within the community, within the body, is strengthening your mind. You see, that's how you strengthen your mind. Why did Naaman transmit to Elijah like he does you, and why he have to use Fard? Well, what Elijah Muhammad and them got was for their time. See, different transmissions and frequencies are for their time. You see, Elijah Muhammad, Dr. York, and all those people that came before me, they were building us up to this. In other words, you could not have talked about Mentellect and all this other stuff at that time because their mind was in that frame. And Fard was used because so-called black people would not have gathered together in the mass number they did had they not used a Caucasian or Arab or whatever image they used to gather them. In other words, if it was just Elijah Muhammad, if it was just Elijah Muhammad who came with the message, they wouldn't have followed Elijah Muhammad. So Elijah Muhammad knew that the image of Fard up as God from those same people who still had the white Jesus image in their head, that's what would galvanize and bring the people together, because that was the mindset they was on. Because realistically, Fard said himself, that he wasn't no Allah, he wasn't Allah in person. That's what Elijah Muhammad made him to be. That's what Elijah Muhammad made him to be. And I used to think, damn, that was kind of a little bit Uncle Tomish on Elijah Muhammad part. But the way I see it on a higher level now from back then where they were staying, they needed that in their mind to bring them together, because black people would only move when white people told them to move. So they used Fard. Fard was used for that, just to gather the people. That's all. Just to gather them from a 2-dimensional mind frame into a 3-dimensional mind frame, because we were in a 2-dimensional mind frame when we were, as individuals, we in a 2-dimensional mind frame. So in order for our people to evolve, we have to get into a 3-dimensional mind frame as a collective body. And that's what Elijah Muhammad accomplished by using the image of Fard. Amun couldn't deal with Elijah because, again, that intel was not for that time. That was too much over their head. If you teach this to people in the Nation of Islam now, you could tell this is over their head. They'll say, oh, this is crazy. It's some nonsense. But these are the same people that believe in Yaqub, the big head scientist. And I mean, I know it probably has some validity, some kind of way, some sort of, I know it has some sort of symbolic. Man, I think I went a little bit into what I perceive it to mean, because like I said, I try not to really interpret their stuff, because I have in certain things where it's in alignment with what we teaching, because it's always about Mentellect. It wasn't about no Islam. It wasn't about no Pan-African and no Egyptology. It wasn't about none of that. It was always about Mentellect. And those people, those teachers were used to guide everyone and to get us to even think as a collective body, to be able to see ourselves that way before the real knowledge came, which was Mentellect. So those teachings and those teachers were used to galvanize and bring the people together from a 2-dimensional mind frame as individuals into a 3-dimensional mind frame as a collective body. You follow? That's why they were used. So that's what that was really all about. All right. Y'all want to go a little longer? Y'all want to go a little longer on the line? Y'all want to go a little longer? Y'all want to go a little longer? I can go up to 7:30. Y'all want to keep going? Y'all want to keep going? I'm feeling good. Let me get my coffee. I'm feeling good. Y'all want to go a little longer? Let me get my coffee. Hold on. We go a little longer. Hold on. Don't ask no questions yet. Let me get my coffee. Let me get my coffee first. Because we in the showing and proving. We really as mentalists, we in the showing and proving. The community is the Republic of Mentellect. The members, the registered members of the Republic of Mentellect are mentalists. We are of the almond race, not of the human race. Right? We are the bright race, the almond race. We are mentalists, registered members of the Republic of Mentellect. We have our own language. We have our own internationality. Everything that is not of the beast is all purely of almond. And we have our own flag and everything. We are the first real intelligence movement. We are the first real intelligence movement on earth, the Republic of Mentellect. You see? See, the beasts, they don't have no intelligence. I'm going to be honest. The so-called white men, they don't have no intelligence community. They have a counter-intelligence community. They lie when they say they have an intelligence community. They're not an intelligence community. They are a counter-intelligence community. In other words, they work against intelligence. And it makes sense that they work against intelligence because the beast can't control the minds or the brains of people. He can't control the minds. And he controls the mind. He controls and stops the frequency of intelligence from coming in. Counter-intelligence, meaning to work against the intelligence of the natural intelligence of the people by what? Producing propaganda. They have to produce propaganda. You see? They have to produce propaganda and they have to work against the minds of the people. You follow? So they have counter-intelligence communities. This is the only real intelligence community here. Why? Because we're using logic and rationale, which is a fourth dimensional stream of intelligence. Logic and rationale is fourth stream. And I wanted to say this. Please stop referring to logic and rationale as common sense. That's not common sense. Common sense is not, logic and rationale is not common sense. It's not. Because if it was, everybody would have it. Everybody would know or be able to utilize logic and rational thinking and logic if it was a common sense thing. So don't call it common sense. You see, the common sense is that everybody works on in the three-dimensional realm is really belief. You see, their common sense is illogical. You see, common sense is illogical sense in the three-dimensional realm. That's why there's so many believers here. That's why people go off of so many different stories here, and there's nothing of logic and rationale here. You see, logic and rationale is not common sense. I don't even refer to it as that. You see? All right? So just keep that in mind. Because most of you people are moving off of the brain matter. You're moving off of the brain matter instead of the solar projection or the solar mind. All right. I might do a broadcast on the solar mind over the lunar matter. The blue solar mind over the gray lunar matter. All right. The blue mind over the gray matter. Y'all like that? The blue mind over the gray matter. The blue mind over the gray matter. Y'all want that tonight? Because I said I was going to do why logic and rationale is really extended thinking from the fourth dimension. All right, I'll figure something out. Exactly. They can't explain nothing that makes sense. They can't. See, the people who believe in the ways of mankind, those are really the people who are gray thinkers. They're gray thinkers. All right. They are educated people. They are gray thinkers. See, the beast raises you to be gray thinkers, gray submental thinkers. Basically, people that follow instructions, you know, not thinkers. They want people who follow or people. They want believers who are going to follow the program. They want believers who are going to follow the program, not thinkers who are going to raise above and beyond that. You see. How does this society promote childishness? By encouraging people to believe. That's how. By encouraging people to believe, that's how they promote childishness. They encourage you to believe over thinking. You know how you know that? If you ever ask the Christians, Muslims, Israel, all the people that believe in the so-called Bible and whatnot, not have no understanding of the people who like the stories in the book. If you notice with those people have a very childlike mentality because you more into the stories and you get into this childlike mindset more than the logic and reality of what's being said. So they promote when they promote belief over thinking. That's how you promote a childlike mentality. You see, because they try to be more mature and adult about things. You see, yeah, common sense is lower dimensional belief. That's all that is. Yeah, blue mind over gray matter. Blue mind over gray matter. Yeah, because matter, when they was referring to matter. Okay. Hold on 1 second. My little shot of coffee. The first form of matter or material was the brain, right? It was the brain. The brain was produced before the physical vessel was created. The brain was produced in the humans, right? And then the body was formed around it. Okay. Why is it difficult for elders to keep up with the technology? Because, like I said, it's not of their time. The technology is not of their time. It's hard for me to keep up with a lot of these different, social media outlets and technologies. And people, I try to, keep a team of people around me, of people I know who could help me with stuff, because my job is just solely to receive and transmit. That's it. I don't really put any energy into these things other than receiving and transmitting. I'm just a receiver and a transmitter. I'm not I don't really put my energy or my mind on going. I need all of my brain and my mind. I need all my mind reception to pull in the message. It takes everything. See, that's another reason why the Yaman only choose one receiver. The Yaman only choose one receiver because a lot of people are not going to dedicate their entire life and their time to receiving. You see, they're not going to do that. They got other interests. You see, they got other interests. All right. Let me make sure I'm getting these questions. Let me see, I'm trying to read these questions. Entering the fourth dimension, will the moon still be of service in the fourth dimension? It will be only really to benefit the humans. You see, we won't need it. Only to benefit the humans. The humans are still going to be necessary as we go forward. How long, I don't know. But they're going to be necessary in the unforeseen future. Probably because, like I said, no matter where we go with this, you're going to have people in servitude. The humans are going to have to serve. You see. You know how you say serve out your sentence? They're going to serve. You know, servitude. All right. It was preparation for Mentellect. Yeah, it is. Everything that was taught by Elijah Muhammad and them. Because notice Elijah Muhammad, they kept saying, he kept focusing on our people being mentally dead. Notice that? Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad kept focusing on our people being mentally dead. So what was that saying? He was focused on the mind. What was the first book Dr. York wrote? He wrote a book called The Mind in 1967. And Behind the Nine Ball, right? So they was trying to pull in reception from the mental state, but it wasn't their time to do that. So they were given the things that they had to teach the people with. They were ahead of the people, but the people wasn't ready to receive. So the Amen didn't send it to them. What would be the point of giving them that knowledge and the people wasn't ready to receive it? So the Amen didn't give that to them. The Amen gave them the portion of what they wanted to give that would raise the people. Mind over matter is moving material with intelligence, correct? Yeah. How is the beast functioning on a left and right society? Because they are not continuous. Let me see how the beast functions on left and right society because they're not. Okay, that's not a question. That's you make a statement. Okay, are the reptilians? Yeah. Well, if they talk about reptilians, all they talking about is us. The Caucasians are not reptilians. They're not. Caucasians and all these humans are not reptilians. We are. The only reptilians on Earth is the so-called black race. That's the reptilians. Please pardon the old name, Menzor. Okay, I see. It's all right. You know what? Get out of my head. Get out of my head, Enron Einen. Get out of my head, because I was like, damn, she still got Tahita Muhammad up there. I swear I was just thinking that. On everything I love, I was just thinking, damn, she still got Tahita Muhammad up there. Get out of my head. Tell you, this ain't no joke. It only makes sense to have everything and everyone in position to handle things needed. Correct. Correct, Enron Captain Kandara. Chain of command. What is natural disaster for? Natural disaster is to shift things around and to open up. It's like rearranging things, like how you rearrange things for expansion. So natural disasters are basically rearranging or used to rearrange things for something else that's coming in. Like how you move furniture around, how you knock walls down to make space for that, how you destroy certain things to make room for something else. That's all natural disaster. That's just the Amen making room, or it has a time for, like with the forest fire, that the fires is burning down a lot of the stuff in California and running the animals in certain directions. That's being done strategically to basically make way for something else. And those people need to be out of those areas. Who is Anu to Amen? Anu, that's just a title. That's a title, like many titles. That's just a title. The Amen represent the race. Okay, that's all. The Amen represent the race. The Anu, the Nitiru, Anubis. There's just different names and different times that the Amen had that people gave to them, attributed to them. Why is it important to have a chain of command? Because as a chain, the chain is what? The chain is really linear. The chain is supposed to be a continuous linear state, because the chain of command puts you in alignment to the upper dimensions. Because in all dimensions, there is a chain of command in which orders go up and orders come down, like reception and transmission. Orders go out and orders come in. Orders go out and orders come in. How do you have that if there's not a chain in which it comes down on? If everybody's receiving the same orders and there's no command on who gets what, then that means there's chaos and confusion. So chain of command is to keep order and structure within an alignment with the receivers and the receptors, I should say. So is that clear? They are still mentally dead too. Yeah. Yeah. Will there be access to Shambhala down in the line? What they're calling Shambhala in Agartha, that's gonna be the home of a lot of these Caucasians who are gonna go under the wealthy Caucasians who don't escape off this planet, who trying to leave. If that doesn't work for them, if it doesn't hold up for them, then the other planets that go into the earth, they are creating Shambhala and Agartha because those were meant to be futuristic places that were created, or caverns within the earth that were created. So those are being drilled in for these Caucasians, these humans, and all of them to go underground. You know. Some children were born with higher intelligence and developed fully because the people with common sense were following the beast's commands and were not able to raise them. Okay. Why logic and rationale is extending from the fourth dimension. Okay. Okay. I also wanted to add that hurricanes don't follow slave ships. Okay. Like conscious black people say they were hurricanes in Southwest during the Olmec and Aztec rule. Okay. All right. Are all wolves, are werewolves, Sasquatch, and the Tar just found human experiments? Yeah. Sasquatch and all those those were, those were failed human experiments. Yeah. They and a lot of those people were stashed in certain parts of the earth. Yeah, they were. Whatever they couldn't kill, they just stashed them. Some just survived. Yeah. Some of them survived because when the Amun started destroying them, some of them would go into the earth, or certain would go in certain places and hide and whatnot. And eventually they would die out. That's why the beast would find their remains in different caverns and caves and stuff like that, know about them. They were part of an experiment. See, now the beast will say that these are experiments, but he don't say who was doing the experimenting, though. He won't say that. All right. So they were breeding the same way, because that they didn't see, after a while, they really didn't see the humans as any different than animals. The Amun, right? Our ascendants, they still don't. They really don't fully understand why we under control of the humans. They don't get that at all. You see, they know why we were placed under there, but they don't understand why we still under the control of the humans. You see, I mean, as far as, well, like I said, they know, but they because to them the humans are animals. That's how they really see the humans are like dogs, like any other animal, monkeys, gorillas. That's how they see the humans. And you know how you know that? Because the white man, he basically tried to reverse it on us, and he tried to say that the almonds were apes, right? That's where he came with the Planet of the Apes. He said the almond were apes, because that's really how the almond beings see the humans. You see how they try to deflect back on how they really are? Because that's really how the almonds see them, as apes. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah. Can albinos be part of the Mentellians? Yeah, they can. They can. Yes, they can. Albinos can be part of it. Well, the earth expand because albinos are not Caucasians. Okay. You can have And you could have albinos who have two bronze parents, and they just come out, and they still, a lot of them still have that sheen to their skin, but for some strange reason, the sheen, the carbon coating, the actual projected tone is stripped from their skin, but some of them will still have the sheen to their skin, you know. But they're not Caucasians, you see. They don't necessarily because they are albino don't mean they have the animal genetic in them, like the humans. Okay, let me see. Yeah, the Earth is going to expand. Yeah, it will expand in size in the fourth dimension. Well, there continue to be those that are defective or have developmental delays at birth. In this three-dimensional realm, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Certain ones will be. Yep. Yep. And then, let me see. Are all the other planets in the solar system, are they for use, to use them eventually? A lot of them are, a lot of them were like experimental places. A lot of them were places that, because see, before the actual projection, they had to use a lot of those planets to store things. A lot of those planets are just meant to store things. They're not meant to be lived on. Like, for example, there might be, in certain planets, it might be too much of a certain gas there that could not, would not be livable. You couldn't live on that planet. But they had to have places to store certain gas deposits. A lot of those planets that, like Uranus and all those other places, and Venus and all, a lot of those places are just places for to store things that could not be projected on Earth. Y'all follow what I'm saying? A lot of those planets are store planets for things that could not be projected into the Earth. You follow? Is vaccination human agreeing of and experimenting on them in the past? Yeah. Yeah. Because the Army were experimenting on them, so they're trying to experiment on the people. Remember I told you the humans do things in seconds after we do it first. I knew they were thinking that you were thinking that, I got to learn a lot and change in the email. Okay. Can you explain the kinds of clothes you wear project the type of person you are? Based on, the colors you use that accentuate things, like, for example, if you see a person, because how you dress dictates how you, really how you think about yourself, at certain times. If you see a woman who wears tight clothes and, exposing her cleavage and, her shape and whatnot, you saying from the clothing she wears that she's trying to make herself a sexual object. You see, if you see a woman who is like concealing her shape and her body parts and her breasts and concealing herself, you saying this is a modest woman. So right there, automatically this person is not trying to accentuate those things, their physical attributes. Same thing with a color. Like if you use a certain color, certain people might have a certain penchant for using a certain color because it speaks volumes of their mood and their characteristic. Like if you see a person who wears a lot of red, you notice people tend to be loud. They want to be seen. They tend to be flashy. If you see people that wear blue, they tend to be more laid back, intelligent, yet stylish, more seasoned. You see, things like that. All right. Let me see. Am I making myself clear? What's life like on other planets? Yeah, that's a broad question. I couldn't tell you. Things will be different in other planets based on the solar system. That depends on the solar system and how the Earth, how the sun projects to those planets. It's different. It's not going to be the same as here. It's going to be how often the projection hits those planets. So it would be different. All right. I'm going to go up until 8 o'clock, and that's going to be it. I'm going to go up to 8 o'clock. I'm going to take you up to 8 o'clock. So, is the sun a portal? The sun is actually supposed to be, it's funny you say that. The sun is actually supposed to be a portal to other suns. The sun is supposed to be a portal to other suns within other solar systems. Yeah, it is. Funny you asked that question. That's what it is. It's a portal to other solar systems. You can literally enter in. See, once you hit the 13th dimension, you're going to be more of a solar projected form of energy, and you're going to be able to enter into different open centers within the sun because you're going to be projected into other solar systems. So it is like that. In fact, those of you who pass on and you kind of go through something similar to that, when you enter into upper dimensions, you kind of go through a solar transport. You see, you kind of enter the sun's rays, and you remember I showed you that thing where they showed you the person riding in the sun wave in the sun rays into another dimension. Remember I showed you that? They kind of was trying to explain that in that picture on the wall in Egypt. And then it takes on physical form as you come into alignment with that sperm of your father, and you get linked onto that sperm, and you ride into, during the intercourse, you ride into on your father's sperm into the ovum of your mother. You follow? Technically, is any planet called Planet Amen, or just ones we're operating? Yeah, just the ones they're operating on. Just the ones they're operating on. Like I said, rest of those planets are not, they're just store planets. That's all. They're not meant for use. They're just to be stored. Everything clear? Everything clear? Are Amen being ruling other worlds throughout the universe that the beast knows about and doesn't tell? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. They know. See, they know the Amen are real, and they know that you are descendants of the Amen. See, that's the biggest thing. That's why they had to call. No, I'm going to show you something. How you know this is real when I'm telling you. What other race of people have you known that they call black people? What other race of people have you known that they've called? Because like I told you, the term black is really used to mean hidden. Now I'm going to show you something interesting about that. Did they not say the word Amen means hidden? The hidden ones? The name, one of the definitions for the name Amen is the hidden, right? By calling us black people, was that not hiding our identity of who we really were? Right or wrong? But didn't I explain to you but when they call us black people, that was really them hiding who we were? Because that when you call somebody black, that pretty much do away with who they really are. You don't know, they call them African, all that. You might be calling them black, Negro. You see? That's another way of saying hidden. Remember I said they made that movie Hidden Figures with the so-called black women who was really behind doing the mathematical calculations and the equations for when they was trying to go to the moon. But they hid that all the time, that it was black women doing all that before the computer. It was the so-called black women. They went and they now notice they went and they were seeking out black women to do that. They had to seek out black women. Why didn't they seek out white women or white men? Why was they seeking out black women? You see, the hidden figure. The hidden figures. Because see, what they would watch is they knew that bronze women were more adept in mathematical equations. They knew they know so-called black men were too more adept in mathematical thinking. Not so much in the equation of the number, but they're informed with logic and rationale. Because I told you, logic and rationale is a form of mathematical thinking. Because again, how does logic and rationale work? You have to figure things out as in mathematical, figure things out and add things up. You see? And they knew that so-called black people had the ability to do that. At that time, we had more of a handle on logic and rationale. So if we seen certain numbers and certain things, we already knew numerically and logically how they added up. You see? So what did that tell you? And it couldn't have been, and show you, it couldn't have been nothing they was taught. Because if they was taught that, then why didn't the white man just go get the professors that taught them how to do math? Why didn't the white man get the professors who taught them how to do math? Where they learned it in school at? You know the white man gonna use his own kind before he use you. If he using the so-called black woman or any of y'all, it's because he really got to do it. He don't want to, but he ain't got no other choice. So you could tell that ultra standing of mathematical equations and unison with thinking and figuring out problems, because most of mathematical equations is problem solving. And you problem solve by way of logic and rationale. And they knew that all people had the ability to do that, because that's really what math is, in alignment with thinking, not just playing with numbers. Because the beast, mathematics, they'll tell you something that don't even make sense when it comes to mathematical, numerical and mathematical equations. They don't even make sense, because then you know it starts to border on his philosophy and his psychology, his just playing with numbers. You see, he knows it starts to border on that. Like this guy, Terrence Howard, even though he a bug out, this guy, Terrence Howard, he was trying to come with this new form of math, and, you know, they was calling him crazy and things like that, but they never said he was wrong. He was trying to come with a more logical form of math. Guy Terrence Howard, the actor. And you know, they were saying he was crazy and he bugged out and stuff, but they never said he was wrong. The beast will do that. But I'm pretty sure they was looking over what he was talking about. You see? I forget what he called that kind of math. Well, look up that math, what Terrence Howard called that math, which is really not new math. He just using logic and rationale to apply to numerical equations. That's all. Let me see. Why is it easier to clone plants than animals? Because plants have less, a plant has less genetic material than an animal. Plants have less genetic material. That's why. Animals have more genetic material, so thus it's harder to clone them. All right. Would it be possible for us to have floating cities in the future? For what? The float, you know, you're talking about floating cities. The cities that's going to come are going to be built on top of the cities you see here. They're going to be built. That's really what these cities are. They're here to be built on top of the cities that are here. Will there be floating cities? Could be. I got to, you know, put the reception in now. I got, you know, I don't see that right now. I know that everything's supposed to be built on top of these. Everything here, cities and society supposed to be built on top of these ones. You know. Can you explain the significance of octagon? Is that octagon? Of the octagon. It's only as far as the 8, you know, if it's in alignment with the 8th dimension. It would be in alignment with, or they trying to explain the 8th dimension. That's the only thing, the only significance of the octagon, you knowing the octagon and the meaning of it, the explanation of the 8th dimension. That's all. Let's see. Trying to get to questions. Is everything clear? Would it be possible for us to have? Okay, I got that. Answered that already. Why is it easy? Okay, I answered that already. Would we be able to create our own portals to other solar systems? No. There's already set portals. No. Because you might go someplace where you don't belong. See, people are not going to be able to wander where they want to go in these other dimensions. You're going to have a reason for going there. You see, the boundaries are going to still be in place. You're going to have a reason for going there. See, people, that wandering spirit, that's the spirit of the beast, man. Going places where you don't really need to go. Can you explain the significance of, I already did that, octagon? Yeah, you said the future there will be pyramids, but be no pyramids, but octagons. I'm speaking about the octagons is 8 as octo is an 8. That's talking about the 8th dimension. At the building structure in the 8th dimension. I talked about that. Teriology. Okay. Oh yeah, you did mention that. Terrence Howard, flower life analogy. Yeah, teriology. Yeah, that's what he's calling it. Teriology. Teriology. That's a form of him saying terror as another way of saying earth. Terror. The latest news is that the pyramids are firing up all over the planet. What's their purpose? They're firing up all over the planet. The pyramids, they use the pyramids for a lot of different things. Storing things. They use them for experiments. The pyramids were used by the more illuminated high functioning members of those ancient societies. Those pyramids was not open to the public. They used them for experiments. They used it for storehouses. They used it for a lot of different things. Meetings amongst the elect of that time. They used the pyramids for that. Knowledge that they kept away from the people. And the teriology is another way of putting a stamp on it from his name, Terrence. Teriology. Terrence Howard, teriology. Okay. The numbers that throw out are designed to overwhelm people's minds so much that their minds are blown and convinced by it. Yeah. Most of the stuff they say in mathematics is just a lot of it's just code speech. It's code speech to basically send message, because you see a lot of these mathematicians and these so-called scientists, they create what's called encoded speech. They got code speech, and they use a lot of those numbers and those words, and what they're telling you and those equations that they're saying, all that stuff they write down on the board, it's not meant for you to understand. It's just really code speech for them. You see, it's BS. In other words, it's BS. It's code speech for them, because you notice only they understand. How the hell you going to teach something where only a few people understand? You see, and you're not using layman's terms. Unlike I'm everything I teach, I use layman's terms, things y'all could understand or understand. I use layman terms. They're not using nothing that regular people could hear that and understand, because they trying to be coded. They trying to hide what they saying. Because again, if you were trying to teach the masses about something, why is it that the masses don't utilize that on the regular, and why don't they understand it upon hearing it? Answer: because you're not trying to teach them. You're trying to pass a coded message out to certain people who are luminaries, that messages that only y'all understand. You speaking in code speech. All that mathematical nonsense is nothing but code speech. That's all for them. It's just code speech. explain what a wormhole is. I told you wormholes or black holes in space are meant to absorb whatever debris is moving through space, because I told you within these solar systems, they're constantly projecting things. They're constantly building things, because I told you the solar systems are meant to be places in which solar systems are, the universe is places in which solar systems and dimensional time frames are meant to be erected. So being that they're meant to be erected in the universe, you're going to constantly have debris from these planets that are breaking off, just like space things that Earth break off and drift into the universe. Parts of the Earth break off, you see. So in order for these parts not to hit or come into the Earth's atmosphere and kill people, because you have planetary like type chunks of debris moving through the universe, that if it hit this planet, it would destroy a lot of things. It'd kill a lot of people. So the Amen beings created black holes for these things for these big forms of debris to disappear into, so that it wouldn't hit the planet. All right. Y'all clear on that? Agreed. The numbers they throw. Okay. How is DNA programmed? Okay, hold on. Let me get this first. I got the wormhole. All DNA is programmed in a blueprint. And the blueprint, all genetic material is programmed, because they choose in your genetic makeup and your blueprint what you're going to do, what your place is, what you're needed, because that's already thought out before your genetic material is put together. Your genetic material is put together based on the necessity of what it is you're here to do. Like, for example, you notice that when you are sperm, right, there's always only certain sperm are gonna, or one sperm or maybe two are gonna make it to the ovum. See, that's already set in motion before the act of sex and whatnot, who's gonna make it and who's not. So that genetic material has to be made up to be able to move and make it through to the to be conceived, to be conceived, for lack of a better word. It has to be made up that way. It has to be in the blueprint, and the projected blueprint, and the genetic blueprint, it has to be made up. That's why I said, if you are producing children and there is no thought into why you're producing children, if you are producing children, there's no thought, then that means you're not linked to that genetic blueprint of why that child is coming here. And that means you're just producing a physical being and not a mental being. You see? Hold on. Okay. Traveling with a purpose or a mission such as projection. Exactly. Traveling with a purpose and a permission such as projection. Is mathematics based on gematria? What is that? What is it? Gematria? What is that? You trying to say geometry? What is that? Gematria? I said, I don't know a lot of these terms the beasts use, man. They come up with a bunch of terms. Please, so explain gematria. Sound like you're talking about the Earth's measure. Mathematics is really based on thinking. That's really what mathematics is based on. Mathematics is not based basically, because mathematics is based on your ability to access logic and rationale. That's really what mathematics is based on. It is not based on numbers per se. Numbers is just the foundational base, but it's not based on numbers. It is based on the ability to have a comprehension of logic and rationale. You see how you think in alignment, like you add things up and figure things out. You think in alignment, like 1 + 1 = 2. That's just like a foundational into what math is based on, which is supposed to be thinking. Math is supposed to be based on logical thinking in alignment. That's what mathematics is based on. Thinking. gematria. That again, these are terminologies of beast. I'm not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that. I don't, you know, I mean, you can tell me what it is or what they say it is. And like I said, it'll probably, like I said, they say all kinds of things, use all kind of, I don't really get off into what they're, what words and terminologies they come up with unless it registers to me as what they're trying to say. You see, unless it registers to me what they're trying to say, then I could tell you what they're trying to say if you explain what it is they mean by it. I don't know what they mean by their phrases and certain phrases and terminologies. I don't study what they say. Well, aquatic frequency intensifying next year. Sure, it's intensifying now. It's intensifying now. Yeah. Why don't people tend to adopt more if they can't have children? Why don't people tend to adopt more if they can't have children? Because 9 times out of 10, from a lot of these people are not meant to be parents, and so mentally they're not meant to be parents. Physically, it don't manifest into them 9 times out of 10 wanting to take care of and nurture and carry children or protect or take care of children. I'm not saying some of them will adopt, but most of them won't adopt because some of them just don't really just don't want to have children because they have no real purpose of having children. You see, they don't really have any real purpose for having children. You see, even on a lower level, you got the people that have children on a lower level, they'll have some mental reason for having children, like they want to have a mini me and all this other stuff. You got certain people that don't even think on that level, so they don't want to have children, so it'll manifest in them not actually being able to have children sometime, or they just don't have that maternal instinct or that paternal instinct. They don't have it. A lot of people are not born with that maternal and paternal instinct. They don't have it. Well, why is nature so diverse? Because it's many life forms here. So because life forms here and you need different life forms, you need diversity within nature, certain things to grow. It aids in the evolution of the planet. Everything works in unison. All the multiple diversity of things in nature, how things grow, how things germinate, how things work. They have to work in alignment, just like any mechanism to make the things grow. You have different parts of a machine. They don't all perform the same functions, but they all working toward the same goal. They work in unison. That's the same where the earth is set up with all these different forms of natural things that's going on. Why you have this diversity. All right. What is the significance of art, and is art, science, wonder? Saying when you say art is meant to tell a story. What you call it art was our people came with art and things like that as a way to tell a story, because they didn't have pictures and things back then, so they had to sculpt, draw things out because they were trying to tell stories of tell for the future people to have stories and things and know who was there, what was what. So it was meant to be stories, to life stories. That's where art came from. That's why the beast will tell you, art is meant to tell stories about life and what people are thinking and what mindset they're in. So that's what art was for. All right, hold on. Why is everyone seeing repeated numbers of 4444? I mean, depending on the frequency you're on. A lot of people are seeing those numbers in 3s because we're in the third dimension, and a lot of people are picking those up in 3s and whatnot because they're being channeled to go into certain directions. They don't know the directions they're being channeled to go into, but it's all coming out as 3s because we're in the 3rd dimension and we are toward those numbers. Guided toward those numbers for something. Certain people seeing it. Will we be doing tests and practices on our mental capability? Yep. Yes, we will. Only the Republican Mentellect. Only members. All clear on pyramids and wormholes. Okay. All right. Why did humans give spiritual properties to stones, and what is the real purpose of besides jewelry? They gave spiritual property because they do got spiritual property. Remember, there's really no difference between people, place, and possession. The possessions are the stones, the possessions, the jewelry, all the rocks and whatever things that they're really not that much different than the humans. You see, they all vibrate. Anything from 1 to 3 and from the dimension of 1 and 3 vibrates on a spiritual level. That's the lower dimensions. That's the uh, that is the lower fourth dimension. 1 and 3 equals 4. That is the lower fourth dimension. The lower fourth dimension from 1 to 3 vibrates on spiritual or a lunar on lunar frequency. All right. So they do have spiritual properties. You see, the humans, they all vibrate on the same spiritual energy. You see, the inanimate to the animate, they vibrate on spiritual energy. All of it. Why you think I say we must stop putting energy into people, place, and possession? Why do I say it all 3 together? Because it's all vibrating on the same spiritual energy. All right. Let me use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right. 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 So last question. I'm about to wrap this up in a minute. Is homosexuality a form of natural population control for the humans? Meaning, since they're unnatural, they have the urge to extinct themselves. Yeah, it is, and it was meant, and that was a homosexuality was a genetic mistake by the Amen being, because again, keep in mind that they were creating the humans off of a female vibration. You know what I mean? They were creating the humans off of a female vibration. And like I said, that male female vibration, see, they weren't projected as men and women onto the earth. They were projected in the image of men and women, male and female, you see? And male and female is really a form of what's the word I want to say? Unisexuality. The terminology of male and female is really, the energy of it is unisexuality. What I mean by that is that you can see a male, and you know, a male can easily become a female, and a female can become a male. That's the basis on which they talk about transgenderism. See, they talk about transgenderism as male and female, what they call it, male and female gender reassignment. Because they're going off of the male and female, because they're not going off of masculine and feminine energy, because they were not projected here as masculine and feminine. That's why I told you the humans don't have masculine and feminine energy. They don't have that. They're only mimicking what they think masculine and feminine energy is, because they are males and females. That's why you can reassign the agenda. They're okay with all that. They have those thoughts in them, because they don't, in order for you to be a true heterosexual man or heterosexual woman, you have to be part of that projection of real men and real women. There has to be a power, a solar powered energy that comes forward that puts you into alignment with that. See, the humans, they don't have that. See, they like I said, they're like the brain without the mind. They are the physical organs, sexual organs, but without the mental connection between masculine and feminine energy, because see, all those are projections. See, these things are not in them. They're male and female, like the animals. You can, and they acknowledge that's the same energy, so you could reassign that gender. You could reassign that. You see. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to get all this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I'm trying to close this out. Y'all ain't letting me go nowhere. Answer that. Okay. Should children be created for extended thoughts of the future? Yeah, they should. They should be projected as that, not created as that. Projected as that. We are making projections, not creations. We don't do procreation. We do projections, not procreation. We project. We don't. When we have children, we project. We don't procreate. We don't procreate. That's what the elect, as the elect question is. This is talking about storing out DNA. DNA parents planning, what to say. Beast is trying to move forward within the future with some, but on a low level. Planning advanced. Let me see. Planning advanced vaccinations. Oh yeah. Well, what they're doing with the planned vaccination, they're trying to basically control the gray matter of the children. They want to control the gray matter. The vaccinations are about, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but the vaccinations are about control of the gray matter. That's all. You know, like what you Israelites were talking about the chip. You know, yeah, they want to control the gray matter, so they want to implant chips into the gray matter. Because that what they inject you is going to eventually make its way to the gray matter. It's going to make its way to the brain. That's why the test they've done, notice in the test they've done, a lot of this has produced what? Autism. Autism in a lot of children. Brain dysfunction. You see, because the object is really the brain, to get control of the brains. That's really the object, to get control of the brains, not to vaccinate. Brain control. Control of your brain functions, so they can continue to move another generation, but through the brain. Are these are coded words the beasts use? For example, prescriptions to distort, complicate comprehension. Versa. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Did y'all get what I said about the homosexuality and things like that? Is the human spirit? The human spirits are trapped in a fourth dimensional box under the top 3 boxes. Yeah, they're supposed to be. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, they have estrogen and testosterone? Yeah. Their estrogen, whatever estrogen and testosterone is always off in the humans. You see, they don't have, again, they can have all of that estrogen and testosterone, but mentally they're out of alignment with what it really means to be men and women. See, that is part of a projection. You see, that's part of a projection. Without being in alignment mentally with being men and women being projected here, then, like I said, you being a homosexual, being a heterosexual, being into bestiality, having sex with anything, that's all on the menu when you are not in alignment with, masculine energy, which comes from the almond, and feminine energy, which comes from the almond. See, they in alignment, they down with anything because they're not in alignment with the almond. They're not part of the projection. All right. So, all right. I'm about to close this out. Could gemstones be a source of power? No. No stones are sources of power. We're supposed to be the source of power. I talked about the serpentine stone, but like I said, I just liked it because it was a serpent. But we don't put no energy into stones and all that. Those are inanimate objects. The humans get spiritual frequency from because they can carry spiritual energy, but we moving beyond spiritual energy. Is able to tell your body to wake up a part of a certain time without an alarm, an example of mental command over the body. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes your mind is set to wake up. If you used to getting up at a certain time, your mind gets set for that time and you don't even have to have no alarm clock. You'll just get up at that time because your mind locks you into that time of waking up, when to sleep and things like that. Yeah. Will we ever be at war in the higher dimensions with other races or species? Yep. That'll come, but it'll take a while. I think so because it's a form of circadian rhythm. Okay. Is the beast going against almond since they are building a sun blocker? Yeah, they trying. They trying. It's a way of survival for them. It's not really them trying to go against almond. They don't want to, but they feel like they're going to have to do that to survive because they know what's going to happen when this solar holocaust and the opening of the blue sun in the fourth dimension is coming in. They already know that it's going to be it's not going to be good for them. But that's it. All right. Did I make no more questions? No more questions because I got to get ready for tonight. Did I make myself clear on everything? Just let me know. Did I make myself clear? Only ask me questions that you were not clear on. If I did not make myself clear, did I make myself clear? I just want to see clear and get clear. Only ask me things that you were not clear on that you asked me. Okay. All right. Clear from everybody? All right, this is going to go on YouTube. This will go on YouTube. All right. Mm-hmm. Everybody clear? Everybody clear? So next time somebody tells you, next time somebody, see my cat Z in the background? See Z came out the window? Y'all seen Z jump from the window? Who the hell calling me? Hello? Jeez, keep getting these crank calls. Anyway, crank calls. All right. Y'all see my cat jump out the window? They ain't jump out, he jumped from the window. All right. So next time you hear somebody say some nonsense that I'm copying from somebody's books or copying from somebody's doctrine or I'm watching a bunch of documentaries, ask them, how can I do this? How can I do this live and I don't have a book in front of me to read from? How do I do that and make it make sense? I can't make it make sense. It just is. How do I do that? How am I able to do that? Where am I reading from? I don't have a script I'm reading from. I'm answering your questions. Now, see if all them people that copy from me that's talking crap, see if they can do this. For about 3 hours I've been on here. About 3 hours. All right. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all. All right. Those of you who are looking to come home, who want to come home into this community, those of you who are of the bright race, those of you who are coming home, come home where you belong, the bright race, not the so-called black race. We don't want no black people in the Republic of Mentellect. We don't want no white people in the Republic. We don't want no humans in the Republic of Mentellect. We only want the almond race in the Republic of Mentellect. Those of you who are part of that extension, go to therom.org. Go to therom.org. We're gonna be back on DTube. We're gonna put our page back up on DTube. Go to any of the Mentellect channels and hear me speak on any of these topics I was speaking on. Them thousands of broadcasts up there. And like I said, any copycats and frauds and things like that, be mindful that they copy from here. You see, and I already named the culprits. So they're not going to answer no questions for you. But yeah, just go to the if you want to find out more, if you want to join the Republic of Mentellect, go to therom.org. You can join wherever you are on the planet, you can join therom.org. This is only for the bronze race, the bright race, the people of, bronze descent, the bright race only, the bronze race only, people of the bright race, the bronze descent. And that's it. We're going to close out in the name of Amen, by the power of Amen. And Amen we trust. And Amen we thank. And in Amen we continue forward forever. Because I got a hail Amen all on my side right over there. Let me see my people with the hail almonds. Throw up them hail almonds. Yeah, throw up those hail almonds. All this is possible by way of Amen. Like I said, we're being forgiven in this day and time. This is why Amen is allowing me to share this with you all, those who are of Amen. Amen is allowing me to share this with you all. Right? This is only possible by way of Amen. And those of you who are not home yet, get your ass home where you belong. And that's it. I'm closing out. All right? All right. Talk to you later. All right. We're going to end the stream. Good night. See y'all at 10 o'clock.